Okay, so next up, we've got Summer Mebd here. And Mebd Saber is a very interesting unit in the way that she works, but I have not had the highest of opinion of her. I actually didn't roll her on my NA account because I had her on JP and had used her quite a few times on that account and found her performance to be kind of lackluster. Obviously, if you like Mebd, you're going to be going after her. She is a somewhat rare, limited, summer unit. So again, this is kind of the point of this entire banner, is to bring back some of these old units. But right off the bat, you can see she's an Art Saber, but she doesn't end up having the triple arts. Instead, she's got double Buster. That's fine for damage purposes, but it does make NP gain on her pretty rough, especially since she doesn't have the highest of hit counts on the arts card. She thankfully does have a 0.72 NP charge attack rate, and she does have charge basically per turn of 20% if you manage to lure it. So again, not too bad with regards to actually being able to get to an NP, but you got to be a little bit careful with the cards because of it. She has a 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn and reduce their arts resistance for 3 turns. The issue with something like a 3-turn arts resist, though, is always just going to be the fact that you're not carrying it with you into another wave. So from a farming standpoint, this ends up kind of being annoying. You're basically just going to pop it on the final turn, usually to have enough, or maybe on like a turn 2 to make sure you actually get enough refund. It just kind of is what it is with her. And then the third skill here is going to increase the party's attack for 3 turns and then party critical damage except Mebd, because that's just an odd restriction, honestly. Basically by 20% for the attack and 30% for the crit damage. My issue with Mebd actually has to do mostly though with the NP. So it's a single target NP. It deals damage to 1 enemy. It's 6 hit, but it inflicts a nice shot debuff for 3 turns to them, which just basically ends up being a defense reduction by 10%. So the issue for this ends up being that 1, it occurs after the initial damage of the NP, and 2, that it's highly RNG. And you can see this because the chance to inflict nice shot debuff per hit for 3 turns to them is 1, you can only hit a maximum 4 times, even though you have 6 hits, and 2, you start at 60% chance. This amount goes up with overcharge, but she doesn't have any overcharge in her kit anywhere. So essentially, she's kind of meant to keep going against the same unit over and over and over again, but it's not really that good because of the RNG aspect of it. Her damage without the nice shot defense downs ends up being quite low. And that's kind of the big reason that I don't have the highest opinion of her. She just has way too much RNG in the kit for me to really like her, considering there are other easy obtainable options that are out there, including now the 3-star Theseus that's out on JP, who's also a single target art saber. So you definitely have units like Hoku Saber that are welfare as well, and that's kind of why I think, compared to almost all the other single target art sabers, Mebd just kind of ends up to me being the clunkiest and the one that I probably least want to use. That sounds pretty scathing. You absolutely can use her. It's just I don't have the highest opinion of her overall performance. Maybe you'll like her more and invest in her more than I did, and that might help it out. But again, at the end of the day, I do think Queen Mebd absolutely needs some buffs. So then next we have Ibaraki Lancer, and I find Ibaraki Doji to actually be very similar to Kyo Lancer that we talked about before. That is to say, in comparison to some of her other single target Lancer contemporaries, there is virtually no reason to actually bring her, specifically her. I think this is a problem that FGO has with some of its units, where it kind of just kept regurgitating some of the similar design choices, and it didn't stick to niches that actually did help differentiate the units from each other. So as a result, if you were someone that, say, really liked Kyo, you probably didn't need Ibaraki, and vice versa. Or again, if you maybe just had something like, I don't know, basically Mama Raiko Lancer, or again, even one of the 5 stars, that might have precluded you from taking either of those 2 units. So that's kind of the issue at play, is they don't really have a whole lot to stand out. So the Banana Lancer here ends up having basically the 2 Buster cards to combine with her Buster and P, so she can form a triple Buster Brave Chain, but she also ends up having the 2 Quick cards in sort of the standard Lancer setup. and I think that kind of makes it a little bit difficult for her to get back to another NP. Her first skill here does party attack and NP damage, as well as NP gain, so a pretty nice skill all around, with her second skill also giving debuff cleanse just like her Berserker form, and then max HP up as a slight heal. It's only 2000, it could probably be stronger, and I would probably prefer it if it were, but again, at the end of the day, I think they just kind of tried to keep her similar to her Berserker form. She increases her own critical star absorption with the third skill here, and then critical damage, basically by 50% there on that one, and then randomly grants herself the buff or debuff below. I'm just going to go ahead and say, without even reading this, that this is bad design. Like, this is just unfun as far as a mechanic goes. It is just an RNG aspect that just could screw you or help you. It's actually not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, but then at that point, why even have it? And so this is kind of why I think they really just wanted to make this unit not be that impressive. She increases her own debuff resistance by 30% for one turn, or her own debuff resist gets reduced by 30% for one turn. Again, just kind of a stupid effect there on that skill. She does have some interesting passives, but nothing too much. Then you can see her NP deals defense ignoring damage, which is basically the only real reason to use her. And the interestingly enough odd thing about her is that she actually has a pretty crit synergistic kit. And you can see this furthermore by the fact that she gains 30 crit stars per NP. This is also why she ends up with yet another demerit here that basically reduces her critical star generation rate by 50% for 3 turns, which is, again, equally stupid because even if she didn't have this, she wouldn't be OP. So I do think that's kind of what they want you to do, is they want you to kind of get the crit star bomb off of her NP, soak all the stars, and crit harder with it. That's really the reason that they want you to use her, but at the end of the day, I think, like I said, the defense ignore is going to be kind of one of the only ways that she actually does stand out. You're going to end up using her if you really like her, because again, she does have some pretty interesting animations, particularly the NP, but yeah, I don't have the highest opinion of Ibaraki Lancer either, and I think it's just because, again, it was a very uninspired design. So basically, if they had managed to give her some sort of like niche damage or some other way to really stand out kit-wise, I think it would have helped her quite a bit. Next up, well, this is going to be a fun one. So, we've got my waifu. This is basically Artoria Summer. And Ruler Artoria is a very interesting unit. A lot of people seem to have quite the negative opinion of her. I think this usually stems from the fact that a lot of people were after basically like the 4-star that was on her banner rather than her. It is what it is, but I'm going to tell you that at the end of the day, a lot of people look at 2 things and try to denigrate her. The first thing is this attack stat. It is exceedingly low for a 5-star. The reason this doesn't really matter is because, 1, she is a ruler, which gets the 1.1 times modifier. 2, she has a ton of actual steroids in her kit to help counteract this. So the reality is they basically set it at this number, knowing full well how strong they were making the rest of her kit. Now that being said, yes, her NP numbers are not in a good place at the moment. This actually has more to do with the power creep that has gone on in the ruler class more than anything else. And yeah, at this point, she could absolutely use an NP interlude, or really just any upgrade to any of the skills that may or may not help her. In fact, I absolutely have a desired buff that I think would work the best for her, and we'll talk about that as we go through. But again, the attack stat is not the concern. And then the second thing that people usually denigrate is the NP damage numbers that are usually connected to that attack stat somewhat. Here's the thing. If you're looking at Ruler Artoria only for her NP damage, you're probably doing it wrong. And the reason why is because, yes, you can clear waves with her NP. It's actually nice. She is a unit that can be made to 3-turn with a normal double Koyanskaya Oberon type of setup. And she can do it all from a 50% CE. She can actually do it from lower if she had decent options, but again, it is what it is. Here's the other aspect to Artoria though, and one of the reasons why I think you'll want to use her. Again, the card performance is actually very good, and you can see that her NP gain is pretty average right there. Basically, the real reason to use Artoria ends up being this second skill, and I'm going to talk about why. But first, let's talk about the first skill here. This is the ability to charge her NP by 40%. I obviously wish it were 50, but it is what it is. That's not my desired change. My desired change is I want her to get the melt treatment. That is to say, the Royal Bunny Jump delayed buff for one time that increases her own attack for one turn after a turn. Just make this 2 turns, because this sucks. The reason it sucks is, one, it's a delayed effect and things can change over the course of an entire turn. And 2 is, if you put her in a Koyanskaya setup, due to the way the charge would have to work, you have to activate this skill basically on turn 1 and turn 3, which means for turn 3, you don't get the actual benefit of the attack up. This is usually the reason that a lot of people will complain about her NP damage numbers. It's not that she doesn't have enough damage in her kit to do good damage, or enough steroids in her kit to do good damage. She does. It's that the way it works is clunky. It needs to actually be able to be triggered on the turn where you need the most damage. That's the issue with her NP damage numbers more than anything. So that's the adjustment that I want to see. I would love to see them just come back in and either make this skill a hard 50% and make this like 2 turns, and they don't even have to increase the damage here. They could just do those 2 aspects and it would actually just make her more usable and even more OP. So here's the thing. I did just call her OP, and there's a reason why. Now we get to the second skill. The Royal card is the big reason to use her. This will randomly deal 5 new cards. This is the Mages Association Mystic Code in a skill form. You can shuffle the entire deck. Really nice, because it just gives you a second shot at getting the cards you want. But you might be thinking, well, that's not that strong in and of itself. I've used that plenty of times and I didn't get the card I want. And you'd be right. But it also increases the party's critical damage for 3 turns by 50%, which is strong, don't get me wrong. Here's the thing, the devs agreed with you and they thought, yeah, this wasn't actually strong enough, so they did come back in and give her a buff here. This buff is insanely good. This is a game changer for her, because what it does is it basically allows you to now select one of the 3 people within the party. When you select that person, when the cards get reshuffled, you don't get their cards. So now, instead of having a random between 15 different cards as to what cards come out again, you now instead have a random between 10 cards, of which there are only 2 units. This dramatically increases your odds of a brave chain for either you or the other unit that you allowed to potentially get cards. This also means that, like, let's say you're going up against rider enemies for whatever reason, and you have a caster support. You can just block out the caster support's cards and say, I don't want those cards appearing. And then you have Buntoria and maybe the other unit, and maybe the other unit ends up being, I don't know, like an assassin or something. Someone that would actually maybe be effective or at least neutral. That's where that can help pay off, and I have had situations where I was still able to like crit down a single enemy wave without Buntoria's cards using this. Part of the reason why is because if you're in a double Koyanskaya setup, you can get this skill twice in the first 2 turns, because it's only on a 5-turn cooldown. This means by turn 2, you can have 100% party-wide crit damage. That's why sometimes you don't even need Buntoria's cards to kill. You could just kill with someone else's. And it's very, very strong as a force multiplier because of this. Here's the other thing too. This also now will increase, the party's NP generation rate for 1 turn by, again, 30% here. So this actually makes Artoria's NP gen really solid and allows her to get back to like full with some decent crits. And you might be thinking like, oh, well, I haven't seen crit stars. How do you secure that? Koyanskaya, dummy. That's how. Like you were sitting there just popping the Koyanskaya skills, and boom, there you go. You're flooded with stars on the turns that you need it. So again, you're just getting pretty much automatic crits, Brave Chain crits with 100% crit damage at minimum, and that's not even considering the, you know, Buster crit damage that Koyanskaya would give. So yeah, you can absolutely just see Artoria card down like 500k enemies, and it's freaking hilarious to watch. Her crits do so much damage. Even if you don't have a grailed, like, faux pas printed type of Artoria, which I do. So again, you could definitely pump a lot of damage here. The reason I'm speaking about this in such high esteem is because this is the most consistent card mechanic in the game. Period. Bar none. Okay? There may come a time where there'll be a unit in the future that does change this and basically is more consistent than her. But right now, we could talk about card lock with Summer BB all we want. The issue with Summer BB is you got to get the cards to actually lock them in. With Artoria, you have multiple chances to get the cards, and if you do shuffle, you have an even smaller pool to choose from. So it becomes incredibly consistent. I have actually had bets with my chat before about how often could I pull this off in 90++ nodes and whether or not I would fail. And to chat's dismay, I think I went over 3 hours of consistent farming in a lotto one time on a node before I even saw a singular failure. It's not going to work in every single node. I do want to be clear on that. But that should be at least a testament to just how strong and how consistent this strategy can be. Being able to shuffle your cards multiple times is really, really powerful. Being able to select whose cards are available is also even more powerful. So again, Royal card is the main reason to actually use her. Just get Knight of the Lion here for her third skill that increases her own attack by 40% for 3 turns. And interestingly enough, only 1 turn of critical star absorption, so you gotta be a little bit careful about that if you don't have the party flooded with stars at the moment. But again, it is what it is, and it's a very strong skill in and of itself. Her Noble Phantasm deals defense ignoring damage, which is actually a departure from Artoria and basically Gray as well, because both of them have invuln pierce because they're using Rongominiad. Interestingly enough, it's kind of implied that Ruler Artoria is also using Rongominiad, so I'm really surprised that this doesn't also include invuln pierce, but it is what it is. They wanted to keep her in check. It can be what it is. I do think one of the other ways that they held her back somewhat, though, is the fact that they made her 20% refund after her NP locked to this rather than her overcharge, so it can't scale up for her to be able to get more charge. I think they realized how strong that was with some of the other units, Artoria included, and they said, no, we're going to put a stop to that and make her only get the 20%. Instead, though, you do get a 1-turn activating buff of 20% for each card type that will activate first. This will impact the NP and any subsequent cards. So it is really strong as an overcharge effect. It does scale pretty nicely. But again, it is what it is. So, like I said, I do think Artoria is very strong in her ruler form, but remember that a lot of that strength is coming from the carding potential, not just the NP damage. So don't get lost just looking at that. So again, don't write her off either. She's actually really solid in regards to both challenge content and other things. She has some of the highest effective health in the entire game, and she does have a hard survival skill. So she is very difficult to bring down as a unit, especially since all of her cooldowns are good. So again, don't write her off too soon. Next up, we get to Carmilla Rider. Carmilla Rider is a very weird unit. It's kind of difficult to really kind of say what her true niche is in that regard. She definitely appears to be a lot more challenge oriented because she doesn't really have the kit for farming. And you'll kind of see as we start talking about the skills as to why that is. If you look at her, she has the ability to seal one enemy skills for 1 turn, that's fine, but then she can also reduce their defense against specifically crit damage for 3 turns. I actually don't like this. I wish this were just defense reduction, but because it's 50%, I think they said, yeah, that would be too strong if we gave her a 3-turn 50% defense down. So it's specifically crits. Here's the thing, she's gonna gain crit stars right here, so you probably are gonna be able to crit if you support her properly. Her second skill is the chance to inflict calling card, basically, which will reduce one enemy's NP gauge by 1 after a turn. So it has a delayed effect. This is clunky at this point. They should kind of be learning not to do these things because it's just really odd. It's also going to charge the party's NP gauge after 1 turn, basically subsequent to the drain. And it's then going to reduce the enemy's critical attack chance for 3 turns as you press the button. So again, a delayed drain effect, but it will charge a turn later as well. But again, you can see it's still a really weird 25% amount. This is just really odd. I think they just kind of looked at her and said this is her unique form of vampirism. And just like the other vampirisms that you see in the game, other than like Vlad's and a couple other unique ones, like they're almost all a scuffed percentage. They're not at like a nice even 30% or something like that. So it is what it is. But I do think that could use some tweaking. And then her third skill here ends up being the ability to absorb all enemies' HP without killing them. That's unfortunate because I'm sure you guys would wish that it would kill. But again, it has the amount of HP reduced on the enemies equal to the amount of HP healed by the skill user. So again, it's just a 1-to-1 exchange. If you absorb 1,000, you will heal 1,000. If you absorb 2,000, you will heal 2,000. It's kind of how it works. And then it will further reduce their defense for 3 turns by 30%. So again, you can see the kit is very debuff oriented, very drainy, stally, self-sustaining, but not too much in the way of like charge and like looping and stuff like that. It is meant way more for challenge environment usage. She has a 4-hit AoE quick NP that inflicts buff block as well to her enemies, which if you remember, she also had skill seal on the first skill. So definitely interesting there. And then reduces their quick resistance for 3 turns. So again, debuffs, not going to get carried with you to another wave, so this further kind of entrenches her into the challenge option. So she's going to be a lot better going up against certain specific units, particularly casters, over and over and over again, rather than trying to move through waves and farm each wave. Again, I do think Carmilla Rider is probably underappreciated in that sense. She's actually quite good in certain challenge scenarios, but it is what it is, and this is kind of the epitome of being a niche unit. Okay, next up we have Kiara Summer, and Kiara Summer, when she first comes out, is just a monster of a unit. We do have units that have passed her now in terms of their capability, but oh boy, she is still just incredibly strong. She was a really good option for the Tunguska raids that we had pointed out, but those are gone and done with. So at the end of the day, I think her real niche is as a challenge unit as well. You can manage to 3-turn farm with her because she does have stellar damage, but you have to be very careful and sort of brute force her refund. In that regard, she's actually really similar to her alter ego counterpart because they both kind of have that exact same issue. She doesn't end up having the triple arts deck, but again, still double arts, double buster means some good damage. The issue with Kiara, and I'm not going to get too in depth as to how she works, but please understand that she has a lot of conditional effects. So her first skill will bestow a stacking buff over time. Kind of like King Protea, if you want to think about it that way. Basically, it's going to also give you guts, HP regen. It's definitely a nice skill. But then with her second and third skills, you are going to cash in those buffs to improve the skills. And it will use the amount of those buffs that are available to its maximum. So if you only have 1 buff available, you're only going to get 1 upgrade. If you have no buffs available, you'll just get the base form. But if you have 2, 3, 4, 5, you name it, however many buffs available, you will get the maximum +2 variant regardless. So that's the thing. It will always use the most that it can that are available. Just understand that. So again, this is her charge skill. It is a base 30% at rank 10. The upgrade of +1 will put it at 40%, and the upgrade of +2 will put it at 50%. So this is kind of a strategy that you have to use skills on the right turns in the right order in order to get the desired amount out of the skill so that you don't overspend. And again, this also ends up being a star bomb for her. You can see, just like I talked about there, it will remove the number of stacks dependent on the amount that you kind of use. Then we get to her third skill, and her third skill is party-wide evasion, which is really good for helping keep, a Castoria up in between waves and stuff like that. So it's a really nice, just sort of party-wide survival skill because it gives just one attack, kind of like Harp of Healing. And then it's also going to remove all enemies' sure hits so that they cannot just go right through it. But again, it won't remove Invuln Pierce, nor will it remove it if it is a challenge-specific effect. So you have to be careful with that. And then it's going to inflict Bewitchment to all of the enemies for 3 turns. And what Bewitchment does, it will reduce the critical attack chance by 10%. It will also reduce their defense for 3 turns just on use of the skill. And then again, reduce their arts resist by 20% for 3 turns on use of the skill. So again, you see that debuff there that is not going to get carried with you to the next wave. So using it over and over again on one set of enemies is a little bit more desirable. But the big thing here actually ends up being the Bewitchment. And the reason why is because this ends up counting basically as a mental debuff for her super effective modifier on her NP. That's why it's really, really nice. And again, as you get more ranks of her first skills buff, you get even more stacks of Bewitchment. So 1 stack for the first, 2 for the second, and then 3 for the third rank. So again, a really, really nice effect. And you can also see it will also level up the defense and the arts resist down that it puts on the enemies. So usually you want to prioritize getting the most stacks you can on the third skill, but definitely there are times where you're just going to need the charge in order to even be able to NP. So it's definitely a really nice impact, and you can see that she does also just flat out get 12% NP damage and 12% arts performance from her passives. So really, really disgustingly good passives on top of everything else. And then her NP is a 3-hit AoE NP that deals damage, then deals super effective damage to enemies that have a mental debuff dependent on the amount of mental debuffs, particularly the amount of Bewitchment stacks. And then after all the damage goes out, still has a chance to instant kill. So again, really, really nice, really solid, hard-hitting unit. The downside to using Kiara has never really been damage. It's refund. It's having enough charge. So as long as you take enough, she will be really, really good for you. And I highly recommend her from a challenge standpoint. But outside of that, you don't have to have her. She is just a fun unit to use. Also, she does have some really nice ascensions and NP animation. Next up, we have Tomoe Gozen Saber. And God, I love Tomoe Saber's, entire design. She's, to me, one of the most beautiful summer units just because all of her designs look really just fantastic. The issue with Tomoe Saber is that she was kind of gimped from the get-go. One, you can see she's an AoE Arts Saber but doesn't have that third Arts card. That's fine. We don't see that too often with our newer units because they know how strong that deck is for those Arts units. But 2 just ends up being the fact that she has no charge in her kit, and she desperately needs it because her refund is not that good. She doesn't end up having a whole lot here, nor really that much to actually modify it, and her NP is a 3-hit AoE NP that increases arts and buster performance activating first, deals damage to all enemies, and then inflicts burn on them. She can also hit the spread fire status to make the burn sort of double in damage. But again, at the end of the day, there's just not enough refund. There's nothing there really to actually help that out. So her first skill grants gut status of 1 time 3 turns and increases the critical damage for 3 turns by 100%. Do you like girls with big crits? Because I do. And that is one of the best reasons to use Tomoe Saber. She just crits insanely hard. Usually, you don't care how many NP levels of her you have, because even when you don't kill, you're gonna kill based off of crits following up. And the other issue is, even if you low roll, yeah, sure, your NP gain suffers from that, but your NP gain already sucked to begin with. So you just kind of had to deal with that regardless. Still, you have to be careful because she will stun herself basically for 1 turn after the 3-turn duration is up. However, you can deal with this somewhat with the 3rd skill, which will grant her critical stars every single turn, and then debuff immunity 1 time over 5-turn duration. So this will stop the self-stun. In that regard, it's nice that she has this. Again, the 25 critical star bomb means you're going to have a lot to be able to secure a crit, and then you still get 10 stars per turn, so really, really nice to have that. Her 2nd skill, and this is my major problem, is an arts up for 1 turn of 30%. This is pathetic. Most of the time, we see 30% steroids for a 3-turn duration. Usually, if it's a 1-turn duration steroid, it is a 50% steroid. That alone would help out quite a bit in terms of damage output. But the reality here just is that this skill doesn't need more damage. Tomoe Saber's issue isn't really damage. It's refund. She absolutely does not have a kit conducive to refunding. You can 3-turn with her, but it's going to require double Castoria and probably Oberon. So it absolutely needs more charge capacity. You've got to have that 3rd support in most scenarios. Occasionally, with a good starting charge CE and maybe something like Fragment of 2004, you might be able to get away with not having the 3rd support. But that is rare in a lot of those sort of exceptions. Because again, the issue at play here is just that you only get the arts up for the 1 turn, and so you're incentivized to use this on the 3rd turn. The issue at play is, just like kind of with Seed Caster, sometimes you have to pop this on turn 2 to be able to have enough refund. And that's not good design. I think they really, really need to kind of just come back in and give Tomoe Saber some love. Reason being, she doesn't outdamage hardly any of the other 4-star Sabers. She doesn't outdamage Muramasa. She doesn't outdamage Void Shiki. She doesn't outdamage Yamato Takeru. So she's not a threat at this point to any of the other AoE art Sabers, let alone the other 4-star Sabers. So give her the ability to 3-turn just so that people that actually like her can use her more effectively. I've never understood the design of this unit. She feels like she was purposefully gimped just because they gave her some good crit damage. But again, she can also increase the critical star absorption of her arts cards, meaning that, you know, with all the arts buffs and that 100% crit damage and those stars abound, that they're all going to end up getting soaked to the cards that you actually want them to. So she has a very nice synergistic kit other than the aspect of its durations. So again, I do think she could either use charge in P gain or get a multi-turn duration on that, and that would make her a lot better. Still though, probably you're going to roll for her just because you like the design. Next up, we have Illya Archer. So, I have a bone to pick with Illya Archer, but it's not Illya Archer's fault. At the end of the day, the biggest issue that Illya Archer has is that she's very late to the game in a game that has Atalanta Archer and has since pretty much day 1. This is kind of the issue, is Illya ends up being a, you know, limited 4-star that kind of competes with one of the most available 4-stars in the game. That's kind of the issue that I have, is basically as you stack them up, it's not that Illya doesn't have solid performance. In fact, in most cases, I actually feel like she will outperform Atalanta Archer. The issue is just that most other people are going to have a robust Atalanta Archer and are going to stick with that unless they really like Illya. So if you really like Illya, that's fine. You can definitely go with her, but this is, for a lot of people, I feel like an easy skip. So that's kind of the issue that I have. That being said, they did do what they needed to in her design to differentiate her, and I'll explain why. So, as you guys can see, her NP gain rate isn't too bad, but she is a quick unit, so you have to be careful of that. She does have 4 cards that are going to help with NP generation, and the hit counts are not bad on any of them. She has quick performance up of 3 turns, which is more than Atalanta has. The critical star absorption for her quick cards for 1 turn, and then critical damage of 100% for 1 turn. Kind of annoying that the critical damage is just the 1 turn because of the 3-turn duration of the steroid, but it is what it is. It just means if you had to, you can crit really hard on the very first turn you pop this. Her second skill is hard survival for at least 1 attack, and then NP generation rate by 30%, which is actually, you know, similar to Atalanta in that regard. and then increases the attack of child servant allies for 3 turns. I also have to point this out. I've seen some really weird takes as to this effect, as people are saying like it's meta to use Illya because she has this. This is completely untrue because there are numerous other units out there in the game that have an additional proc for a trait that gives attack up. Illya is not the only one, and no one's making an argument that you have to use those other units because they're meta. For instance, let's just take Lancer Ellie. Same sort of scenario right there. She buffs all females with an additional 20% attack up. So yeah, it's not meta at all. I don't know why people try to make that claim. But regardless, it is a nice effect for her to have, and it will influence her. The third skill here also ends up being 30% charge, and this to me is where she really stands out from Atalanta. Atalanta is entirely refund based, and that is both good and bad. It's great because it just makes her looping really brainless when it works. It's bad because if you're going up against non-ideal conditions, Atalanta probably doesn't have enough NP gain. Illya, on the other hand, has charge, so that does give her a little bit more insulation against a sort of weird node where maybe you don't have 3 enemies in one of the waves or something like that. So having the charge always going to kind of be better, at least in that capacity, because it's just going to be something that you can brute force. So again, really nice for her to have that. Increase to her own critical damage by 50%, and then a 70% chance to recover her own HP by 500 every turn for 3 turns. So really, really solid. Her NP ends up being an ignore evasion for 1 turn, which is not the strongest, but hey, it's something. It's a 5-hit AoE NP that deals damage to all enemies. And then she, ironically enough, gets the same effect as Buntoria, just with less scaling. As basically her overcharge effect will be a tricolor buff that activates first and gives 10% to every card type. Again, the quick up will impact the NP gain of the NP and its damage, so it is just a nice all-around sort of overcharge effect. So again, I don't think Illya Archer's bad, just that she's coming very late to the game in a game that has had a very prolific competitor already. And then last one on this banner here, we have Brynhildr Berserker. Bryn Berserker kind of struggles, at least in terms of usability. Not because you can't use her that she has a bad kit. In fact, her kit's actually pretty good. It's more just you don't have too much of a reason to take specifically her. She does have a triple buster dex, so she can at least do decent card damage. She has 2 attacks, 3 turns evasions for some hard survivability there. Basically a damage cut here as well for 3 attacks, 3 turns, so definitely nice. And then the ability to charge her own NP gauge every turn for 3 turns by 20%. So the way I've told people is almost think about her as like an AoE version of Pinth that actually has survivability. She will gain critical stars every turn for 3 turns, up to 10 as well. The issue is, hey, I'm a Berserker, so good luck. And then her third skill here ends up increasing arts and bust performance by 30% each for 3 turns. Then it will also increase the arts and buster performance for loved one allies except herself for 3 turns by an additional 30%. So, anyone that is Brynhildr's beloved, if they are also in the party with her, gain an additional 30%. This, to me, is the big use for her. She is a unit that can charge up to her maximum over time, and in the meantime, potentially buff someone else that shares the same niche. So, she's going to be used to take out a wave, and then kind of set somebody else up to do a lot of the heavy lifting. That's really it. That's kind of the only reason that I can foresee to actually use her, because, again, trying to use her outside of stuff like that, yes, you could force her to 3 turn, but it's not going to be the most, pretty 3 turn. It's going to end up being a double Oberon type of setup. So not the easiest sort of unit to use in that regard. But again, definitely interesting and decent. Her NP is 5 hit, and at least for a 4-star is somewhat unique in the fact that it ignores invincibility. So not too many other Berserkers that have this, but we do have a couple SSRs, but she is an SR that has it. And then she increases her own bust performance for 1 turn by 20% activating first, just for some additional firepower. Again, though, I think a lot of people just really like Brynhildra's design. As you can see, she definitely has it in the right places. But regardless, yeah, she's just a interesting unit, but not the most OP, but not the worst either. She does have a decent synergistic kit. So that's all the units for this pre-banner for Anniversary. And now we get to talk about the craft essences. Now, remember, the issue with this is that there's just a ton of craft essences available. So that's kind of the problem that you run into. But we can very quickly touch on the good ones. Pirates Party is actually pretty decent. Sorry, not because of the art. Even though the art is not bad, and we should definitely get a Summer Drake at some point, but more because of the fact that it is a invincibility Pierce CE that also just gives you crit stars every single turn and is all attack scaling. So definitely an interesting option for that. Knights and Marines is also really good, particularly for certain quick units that have interesting charge increments, because basically it is all attack scaling, a rarity amongst, decently meta quick CEs. And then has quick performance up by 15% with starting gauge of 60%. So again, someone like Ushi Summer, or again, anyone that maybe has their append unlocked at a 20% charge, could really potentially gain a lot of benefit from having an MLB Knights and Marines. Summer Little is split stats, so I don't really think it's too worth of your time. Interestingly enough, White Cruising is a decent 4-star C, but it's also split stats. Emerald Float is also split stats, but it's not the worst because it's arts and NP damage. Hero on the Beach is also split stats, and that's kind of the issue that you keep seeing. Welcome Bunny is actually a very nice CE here. Not because, again, the art with Bradamante there, but definitely because of the fact that its art's up by 15%, crit damage by 15%, and crit stars every turn, with it being all attack. So this is definitely a nice challenge CE for sustain over time, just keeping the damage pumping. Poolside Bar, the CE actually had a bit of controversy with the artist, but again, it's split stats, even though the effects are actually quite nice. And then Honey Lake here, as we talked about before, is just absolutely fantastic. Just keep in mind that it's not alone. It's going to end up having Innocent Blue here, and Innocent Blue is okay, but it's not nearly as good of a CE as Honey Lake. So be very careful rolling on these banners, specifically for the CEs, because each of them has at least 2 5-star CEs. So it's a split rate up in that regard. But again, that should wrap up that banner, and then we basically end up moving into the advanced quest, the limited missions, neither of which have a banner, but then the actual Anniversary proper. So you do get a summoning campaign here, and this one is Arcuid. So let's talk Arcuid. Obviously, I've talked to you guys about this before, that I don't make the here are the 5 servants to roll for units type of videos. Instead, I give you the analysis for all the banners throughout the year, because I think it's worth it to give you guys the due diligence on every single banner and not write any unit off. As long as you guys can understand where the units currently stand, it's more to your benefit. So I understand these videos aren't for everyone because they're very long, but now we get to talk about one of those 5 units that a lot of people will be hyping. Here's the thing I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to preface this also for another unit coming later, that there are 2 units, basically. This unit right here in Arcuid, and another unit later in Summer Ibuki, that everyone and their brother is going to tell you to roll for this year. Please listen to what I have to say. You do not have to have these units. They are certainly good units, and I have played the game without them on JP. It is not the end of the world if you do not get them. So do not let people pressure you into rolling for them if you feel like you don't want them, okay? You will not regret not having them despite what people say. There certainly could be times that they would be useful, but they are not the only solution to any node. So please understand that no matter how strong any of those units are, the community is going to try to pressure you, but you don't have to have them, okay? The reason I'm prefacing that is because there is going to be a concerted campaign within the community to try to get everybody to roll. And I want you to understand, you don't have to. That you can make an informed choice yourself. Now, I am going to now switch gears and start extolling the virtues of this unit. but please do not assume that it is a must-have type of unit. The closest units that we have to that in the game are support units, the big meta supports. They are the closest thing to a must-have this game has, and even they're not must-haves. So, again, I hope that helps set the record straight for a lot of you. So let's talk about Archetype Earth, aka Arcueid. So, obviously, this is one of the most anticipated units in FGO of all time. A ton of people just really wanted Arcueid, and a ton of people will be rolling for Arcueid. One, just because of the popularity and desirability of this character alone. Let alone the fact that, yes, she actually does have a fantastic kit. So again, attack stat, not bad here. She is an AoE buster Moon Cancer unit. But the way a lot of people are going to end up using her is as sort of a neutral looper and farming type of unit. She can be decent in some challenge scenarios, and that just has to do with her kit, but we'll talk about that as we go. She does have double buster, double arts deck, and the hit counts are all either above average or average, so really good there. Her first skill has the ability to seal all enemies' skills for 1 turn. Wrong, but, you know, not that necessary. It's also going to reduce their defense for 3 turns and increase basically Arcueid's own attack for 3 turns, basically reducing the defense by up to 20 and the attack by up to 30. This is all on a 6-turn cooldown, so remember, double Koyanskaya setups. Cooldowns matter. The reason I'm pointing this out is because it does mean you can activate this skill on turn 1 and then again on turn 3. That's really nice because that means you're going to get the double up of the attack. And yeah, turn 1 you'll get reduced defense even though you probably won't care because it's turn 1, but it is there if you should need it. Then we get to the second skill, and the second skill is a 100% charge skill. So you're going to want to lore this. Absolutely. It's going to also increase her own NP damage for 3 turns by 20%. You might be thinking, oh man, this is strong. Imagine if I could, you know, pop this skill twice in a 3-turn sequence. And then Lasengal chose violence. So it is on a 7-turn cooldown. That means, again, everything 6 turns and lower, double Koyanskaya can make sure that you get back to a second time. But at 7 turns, double Koyanskaya is no longer enough. You're not going to get back to this skill conventionally within a 3-turn. There's 2 ways that people do it. One is they basically end up using Atlas Mystic Code with its cooldown reduction. The issue with that is it means you're not getting a 3rd support. So you have to have at least a robust enough Arcueid to be able to like handle neutral concerns basically as you go through. That being said, there is another way, and the other way is to use a 3rd unit that has cooldown reduction. There are numerous options for this. I've heard some people say that, oddly enough, this is a reason to use Ibuki Berserker, which is just completely untrue. I'm sorry. Like, Ibuki Berserker does not have to be used specifically for this. You can use her, it is an option, but that is not a reason to roll for Ibuki Berserker specifically. There are numerous other ways you can get cooldown reduction from other units. Now, again, that's kind of the issue at play there. But there is, I will say, a 3rd option. And option number 3 is to forego cooldowns and instead just go basically with triple support and try to brute force it. Because again, you have 100% charge right here, and in a 3-turn cadence, you need 300% charge. So if you were to do something like double Oberon, you've got 140% charge right there from that. And then, I don't know, maybe like a Koyanskaya, and now you're sitting at 190%. So you are definitely really close there. If you think you have the carding, you can be able to do it that way. Or again, you can end up potentially trying to like finagle certain things to get like maybe a Koyanskaya NP out and have her get that extra 10% there for you. So there are numerous other ways that you can do this and handle that charge skill, but it is absolutely the strongest skill in her kit. Her 3rd skill here grants invincibility for 1 attack 3 turns, giving her some hard survivability. Her 2nd effect of this is basically that's going to increase the buff removal resistance for allies that are good alignment specifically. Kind of a weird niche-y thing, but it is there. But again, you got to hope that they're good. She doesn't really have any capacity to turn other people to good. But probably the most interesting aspect of Arcueid's kit exists right here, and that's that it charges the party's NP gauge except for herself on Millennium Castle battlefield. Now you might be thinking, oh, this is like a battlefield effect like, like sun field, city field, water field, forest field, fire field. No. Millennium Castle battlefield is a unique buff that actually goes up on the top right of your screen and will persist. So it's very interesting how that one works. And again, I do wonder if they're going to be doing more with effects like this in the future. But still, that is also on a 6-turn cooldown, so you can get back to it. And again, just think about the possible potential of being able to charge the entire party's NP gauge by 30%, except her. So definitely that can help other supports get to their NPs. Again, really, really nice. She does basically gain an additional 30% quick arts and buster performance when the field is already set to Millennium Castle battlefield. Kinda wild. Her Noble Phantasm basically ends up being AoE 4-hit buster, and it will change the field to Millennium Castle battlefield for 3 turns, activating first. It deals damage to all enemies, and it deals extra damage to enemies with the chaotic alignment, and you definitely should read the notes on this one, because it'll tell you when the party moves to the next stage, the field graphic will be reset. However, the buff effect is still continued. That's right. Even though she goes to a new wave, the animation will change back to its original form, but the buff is still carried with you. So it is still considered to be Millennium Castle battlefield, because this is a field effect that actually changes the background of the node. It's very cool in that regard. But it is carried with you even though it won't be displayed. And again, you can see it's the icon at the top right of the corner. Basically, it cannot be removed because it's attached to the field itself and not servants. So no one can buff strip her of this effect. And Millennium Castle battlefield is stackable if you use the NP in successive or alternate turns. It's just not really got any benefit to doing so, because remember, this is conditional on it just being Millennium Castle battlefield. It doesn't double the effects of it. And then again, it is removed if Archetype Earth is defeated. So you can't buff strip it, but if you kill Arcueid, it's gone. So that is the consideration there. And again, it's just got some interesting scaling and then super effective anti-chaotic damage. And then she also will charge the NP gauge of living human allies except herself. Who those living human allies are basically people that, it's usually your pseudos, people that were actually inhabiting a body that is alive, or again, like it's someone that just basically themselves is alive. So either way, there's some decent options here, but again, in terms of actual like support synergy, yeah, you've got Reigns and Waver, but not too much else there besides that. So, Arcueid is a fantastic neutral option. That 100% charge is really, really solid. And I'm going to say this, that one of the ways that I've found the most use for Archetype Earth is just in really speedy Atlas double Koyan Skya comps. Just go, 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 go. 3-turn with Black Grail and just nuking. In that regard, having NP2 of her is really nice because, again, neutral looper, you kind of want the ability to be able to deal enough damage to clear, so that is a consideration. But you don't have to have NP2, and NP1 will still allow you to do quite a bit of nodes. But, again, that is going to be the consideration there, is how much firepower do you need, and what's the strength of node you want to be able to quickly farm. And keep in mind, there is going to be a point at which even NP5, super, Black Grail, level 120, Gold Fode, not going to be enough. So just keep that in the back of your head. But yes, Archetype Earth is a fantastic unit. Then we get Shufu. Now, I love Shufu, both the character and the design of this unit. However, I have to point out the design of this unit is kind of stupid, because who Shufu is the greatest consort you simp. And yet she's arts. She's not at all either of the two card types that consort you currently resides in. We have two variants of Consort U, a Buster AoE Assassin and a quick single target Lancer. And Shufu as her greatest simp is Arts. So don't really have that much synergy there, unfortunately. But it is what it is. The fact that she is a permanently available 3-star alter ego is really, really nice. And I'm going to explain why here in a second. Not only because, yeah, it's easy access to an extra class, but also the fact that she's a decent support. So she recovers the party's HP by 2,000. She can remove the party's latest debuff and then increase the party's NP gen by 30%, which is something that the other day on stream I completely forgot about, as chat reminded me. So again, really, really decent right there. Her second skill increases the party's arts performance for 3 turns, increases the party's critical damage for 3 turns, increases the party's damage against undead enemies for 3 turns, and reduces all enemies' critical attack chance for 3 turns. Strong for a 3-star. Then her third skill charges one ally's NP gauge by 30%, increases their buff removal resistance by up to 100% for 1 turn. I think my only gripe is that it's this aspect is targetable, not party-wide, but it is what it is. And increases one Consort U ally's NP damage and NP gauge by basically up to 30% of the NP damage and 20% of the gauge. Like I said, the issue at play here is you almost never want to run Shufu with Consort U, because Shufu is decidedly arts focused in how she supports the party. I don't understand that. Like, I understand why they gave her this aspect to her skill, but yeah, Shufu, I hate to say this, should have actually been our game's first low-star quick support. That would have been better. And it is what it is. That being said, yes, she's absolutely fantastic as an art support, and she's yet another option for you as sort of a like tertiary support or something like that, kind of acting as a replacement for, I don't know, maybe a Paracelsus, a Nero Bride, you name it. So again, she does get some arts up for herself and basically increase her own NP gain rate, and then her actual NP just is a selfish NP, unfortunately. It will heal herself by 3,000 and then heal herself over time by 1,000 for 5 turns. It's also going to gain 20 critical stars every single turn for 5 turns, which is the only unselfish aspect to the NP. In that regard, yeah, this would be stronger if this were party-wide, but I think they feared making her too strong. So she has a very nice kit in terms of her skills. The NP is good for her, but it is what it is. I think they just wanted to kind of find ways to check her so that they didn't make her too strong for a 3-star. But again, permanently available. You'll have to wait until this banner ends to be able to roll her in the FP gacha, but she will, after the banner ends, go into it. You do get, again, basically a interesting 5-star CE here. It is all attack scaling, increases arts performance by 10%, and then the critical damage of arts cards by 20 and 60% gauge. So a somewhat rare 60% arts CE. Most of our 60% CEs end up being quicker buster, but hey, I'll take it. It's definitely a interesting option out there for people. Again, not too much else to write home, and you do get new CEs that are not on rate up, but we're just going to kind of mention Celestial King here. This ends up being a new variant of Fragment of 2030. To me, it's not nearly as desirable. Fragment of 2030 is absolutely fantastic because it is just stars per turn, over time, over and over and over and over and over again. And so is this, but it is somewhat limited because it's now down to only 8 stars, down from 10, and it's basically trading 2 stars per turn infinitely for 2 ranks of overcharge 1 time. I don't think that's a good trade. So it's like, it could be potentially useful, but if you're gonna take something that gives stars per turn, odds are you're in this for the long haul. And so I don't really find Celestial King to be that good of a CE. Okay, and then you've got the daily summoning campaign. So again, this is going to be here, and we've got some new units to go over. So next up, we have Ryogi Shiki Saber. She has come a long way. She is very, very solid as far as an AoE Saber is at this point on JP. The reason why is because she's had some upgrades that have really, really helped her out, and she now out-damages Muramasa in a 3-turn loop. Yes, you heard that right. She out-damages Muramasa. So earlier when I saw a lot of the Yamato, Takeru fans and Muramasa fans arguing back and forth for supremacy, understand that Ryogi Shiki outdamaged both of you. So there is that. But again, you can see she basically ends up getting a buff to her first skill here that gives her invincible pierce for 3 turns. She still gets arts up for 3 turns, and then basically instant kill resistance for, or reducing instant kill resistance for 3 turns now. She has the attack up for 3 turns she's always had, and the mental debuff resistance. And then her third skill ended up getting an upgrade so that it charges her own NP gauge now and recovers one ally's HP. Basically, you know, changing it around from the demerit that it used to have, which was that it just drained but ended up healing. Now it's still going to drain, but it's also going to charge and heal. And in that regard, I think it is just way better. So with that 30% charge, she definitely ends up in a much better spot. And then her NP, which has had its interlude, again, allows her to ignore defense as she deals damage to all enemies. Basically removes the entire party's debuffs, which is just solid. And then charges the party's NP gauge by 10% after the fact, still with a chance to instant kill after damage. So yeah, Ryogi Shiki can be made to 3 turn. It's pretty solid. I believe she can even do it with Black Grail. If chat will back me up on that, I don't remember. But again, her damage capacity is just very, very, very good at this point in time. So no longer the niche unit that she used to be. Next up, we have Umu Caster. Umu Caster is an AoE buster unit. I actually don't have to spend too long on her because her kit is still fantastic to this day. She has a 50% charge skill that when your HP drops below 50% will also increase the NP gain rate by 50%. Her second skill increases attack and defense for 3 turns by 30% each, and then basically allows her to ignore defense class disadvantage against all classes. Basically, she's just going to take 1 times damage from everything in the game. Her third skill is a targetable guts of 1 time 3 turns that will also increase their attack for 3 turns by 50%. I think my only issue is that this skill is on a 7-turn cooldown. I wish it were 6, but it is what it is, and I don't think they want to make her even stronger in that regard, so it just depends. I do think at this point she could probably use an NP interlude, and it wouldn't be the most broken thing in the world, but her damage is still really good and is competing basically for the upper echelon of damage dealers. Again, she is a buster unit, so having that synergy with Oberon is going to keep her solid for a long time. But it is a 5-hit AoE buster NP that ignores invincibility, deals damage to all enemies, and then increases her own NP damage by up to 20% activating first. So yeah, you've got just a really solid kit for a second-year servant that still to this day, even though it's simple, it works and it is good. And you can kind of see why sometimes you don't need a laundry list of effects to make a unit good. So yes, highly recommend Nero Caster. She is still good to this day. Next up is Mysterious Heroine X, who has, I can definitely say, come a long way. MHX was, in a weird part on the JP server for years, a very desired unit because of how rare she was. On the NA server, MHX has always gotten a bad rap because her kit is very clunky. I think the truth lies somewhere in between as to whether or not MHX is very good or very clunky and not worth. And you can see it as you look towards the kit now. So again, you've had an upgrade to the first skill that reduces all enemies' defense for 3 turns by 20% and has a basic chance to grant a delayed buff for 1 turn that is a stun for 1 turn after 1 turn. Don't rely on the stun. Yes, it's 80%, but it's also delayed. And if you try to use this basically on a turn where you would go into another wave, it will activate at the end of the turn before you go to another wave and just completely waste the stun effect. So I think this absolutely needed to be adjusted, and that is one of the short-sightedness aspects of this buff. The fact that they didn't touch this aspect of the skill at all is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. But again, no one can argue with just gaining 20% defense down for 3 turns. It's just solid. Her second skill here had an upgrade that granted her invincibility and increased the amount of stars she gets to 20. And then her third skill had an upgrade that basically made it so that not only does she increase her critical star generation rate against sabers and her damage against sabers by a 50% power mod, but she now also just flat out increases her own attack by 20% for 3 turns. So instead of a debuff like the first skill, she carries this with her. So you can tell they definitely realized the clunkiness in her kit and how she wasn't dealing good damage in other than in niche scenarios. and they tried to make her have more consistent performance throughout, and it really has paid off. MHX is still a very good unit. The biggest issue I think that she has is she's very similar to MHXA, where she doesn't have charge, and you're gonna have to rely on her card performance to get back probably to another NP. That being said, her card performance is not bad, so that is actually possible, and you could definitely manage to crit your way to it. Her NP is a 12-hit NP and has had its interlude. It deals damage to one enemy, and then deals extra damage against Artoria face enemies, because, again, she is a Saber killer. It is what it is, but certainly this does have its niche uses, and she is very, 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 very strong at doing specifically that. And MHX is one of the units that I've talked about that when we're comparing the need for our single target archers to be able to do more damage, kind of why. Like, it's not even close in a lot of circumstances. I think a lot of people say like, oh, it's okay for the niche unit to do more damage. And I agree. It's not close is the problem. So there is that. But again, I do think Mysterious Heroine X is in a much better place. If you want her, go for it, but you do not have to have her. Voyager himself also was incredibly weak when he first came out. His biggest thing that he did was he helped out the party quite a bit. He has a 50% charge skill, basically grants debuff immunity for 3 turns and 10 critical stars. He gives himself a singular evasion for 1 turn and increases his own quick performance for 3 turns while reducing an enemy's quick resistance for 3 turns. This was sort of the aspect that I always kind of pointed out was kind of annoying, because he gives himself a buff for 3 turns that he will carry through subsequent waves, but then he does a debuff that he won't carry through the waves. It will just be applied to that particular wave. So that being said, the devs clearly understood that, because they ended up coming back and buffing the 3rd skill here, so that now it still does the star absorption for 1 ally, but it will also increase the target's quick performance for 3 turns by 30%. That's a 30% steroid out of nowhere. That is strong. That not only helps NP gen numbers, but that's also helping damage. So clearly the devs realized they way undertuned Voyager. And again, party critical damage for 3 turns, and then critical attack chance resistance, as Voyager was the first person in the game to actually have this unique effect. His NP has had its interlude now at this point. It still deals damage to all enemies. It's AoE 5-hit quick. It deals super effective damage to Sky attribute, then charges the entire party's gauge after the damage goes out by 20%, and then charges living human allies by an additional 20%. So got that going for him. And then his overcharge effect increases his own NP damage by 20% for 1 turn activating first. Like I said, Voyager is in a much better spot than he used to be. His damage is actually pretty decent now. He can obviously 3 turn. He's got that 50% charge there. So I think Voyager is a much more considerable unit as an AoE foreigner now than he used to be. That being said, units like Kukulkan exist, so it is what it is. Musashi Berserker. Now, Musashi Berserker is going to have a rough road to hoe as we head forward. She's not a bad unit. She's still absolutely fantastic. She is very good as a looper, but she also kind of has that issue that she is predominantly NP gain based. Still, she has a hard survivability skill, crit damage of 50% up, all on a 4-turn cooldown, and you will denote that the evasion does not expire, does not have a limit on it. Her second skill is Fifth Serving, a unique form of Fifth Form, and it basically will double the number of hits for arts cards and increase the damage when attacking with arts cards. Works the exact same way that Fifth Form does, but specifically only to her arts cards. But then it also increases her own NP gen rate for 3 turns by 50%. And then her third skill ignores invincibility for 3 turns, increases her own attack for 3 turns, and then grants herself Guts 1 time for 3 turns. The downside is it reduces her health by 5,000. This is an incredibly stupid demerit, but it also usually doesn't matter if you're just farming with her. Again, it will reduce all enemies' defense by 30% for 3 turns, so usually you want to activate this skill in turn 3, but in some cases, if you're Musashi strong enough, you just activate this skill turn 1 and you just go burr. But again, that is sort of the downside to her, is that HP demerit, because again, the invincibility pierce would allow her to be able to be used in challenge content. So if you're going to use her there, just make sure you have some sort of way to keep her protected or heal her back up with regards to that demerit. Again, and you can see her NP is a 4-hit AoE NP that deals damage to all enemies, further reduces their critical attack chance by 30% for 3 turns, and then has, oddly enough, a really niche use in the fact that she can seal all Saber enemies NPs for 1 turn, base 100% chance. So really, really nice that she has this in a couple select scenarios, because it can just allow you to keep looping against the Saber enemy and just locking them down. They will never get that NP. So really, really strong there in that regard. The big reason that I said she's going to have a rough road to hoe is because a lot of people are going to start comparing her to Ibuki Berserker. And Ibuki Berserker does out-damage her and basically has an easier time working with sort of Black Grail type setups. That being said, Musashi Berserker still got that invuln pierce and still is a very awesome option. She just doesn't have that charge to make her a little bit more of an adaptable unit. I, interestingly enough, wouldn't be surprised to see the devs come back in at some point and give her an upgrade because of that, but that'll remain to be seen. And again, I don't think you have to feel bad. If you really like Musashi, go for her. This is still a fantastic unit, still to this day on JP. And that's, again, another reason why I've said, like, you don't have to roll certain specific units that everyone's going to hype up this year. Okay. Next up, we have Abi Summer. Now, I have to stump for my girl Abi here. I'm not someone that particularly likes Abi, but Abi gets an incredibly bad rap in her summer form, and I have never understood this. It's like the popular consensus is to just shit on this unit. This unit is not a bad unit. It's a 50% charging AoE buster unit that removes all buffs. That alone is worth having. You can see she's also the first unit in the game that grants the sleep debuff to enemies and basically will remove that target's buffs. Again, this basically means that the unit will fall asleep for 2 turns and will only wake once they are hit. It reduces their defense for 1 attack 2 turns while they're asleep. So again, it's a 50% defense down basically that you can put on a singular unit. She does get an upgrade to her second skill here that inflicts terror status for 1 time 3 turns to all enemies. Has a chance to activate, again, the debuff below, which is basically just stun. And she will reduce their defense for 3 turns. On top of now, it will also increase buster performance for 3 turns by 30%. So the devs saw that criticism about the damage and they came back and they said, boom, here is more damage. So, like I said, yeah, I can maybe understand some of the criticisms before, but now after this buff, no, she is in a much better spot in terms of damage, so I really do not get people trying to criticize her too much. Her NP, like I said, 50% charge right here, and then basically has the ability to increase her own debuff success rate by 30%, which is going to help out with that terror skill, and then reduces one enemy's buster resistance for 3 turns by another 30%. Yeah, a lot of her damage output's going to come from her skills, but they're very flexible in how they can be used. And let's be honest, a lot of units have bad performance when their skills are off cooldown, so this is not anything that's unique to her. Again, you can see she has some decent passives as we scrolled by there, but the real thing here is that she has an AoE NP that removes all enemies' defensive buffs. So you are not stopping Abi. Abi will kill you. She will also then reduce their defense by an additional 20% for 3 turns, so she is good not just as a challenge unit, but also potentially as a farming unit. Again, a lot of stuff would hint itself towards challenge, but with that upgrade, with the amount of steroids that she has in her kit, and the fact that she is a 50% charging buster unit, yeah, you're good. You're going to be able to get some decent damage out of her depending on how much you have. So yes, this is not going to be Kukulkan levels of damage, but you'll be surprised at how much damage it actually does do nowadays. So again, don't write her off too much. Then we have Illya Caster. Illya Caster is another interesting one in the fact that she for a long time had always just been really solid for damage, but I've always found her kit to be kind of opposed to itself. She's a buster unit with triple arts deck. It's good for NP gen, but not so much for damage. She's got a 1-turn buster buff of 50%. She did get an upgrade to her second skill that basically gives her 50% charge, so that definitely helped her usability, especially in the face of someone like Sanzang. Gonna also give her hard defense and NP gen rate, but again, NP gen on a buster unit, you're only gonna care about that if you're using cards. And part of the reason you're gonna need that effect is because she only has a 0.32 NP gain rate. Part of the reason she only has a 0.32 NP gain rate is because she has 3 5-hit arts cards. So the card performance there, definitely interesting. Her third skill is a 70% chance to grant one ally gut status one time for 3 turns, which is stupid, and a 70% chance to grant them debuff immunity. Don't get me wrong, guts, debuff immunity, both great effects. The fact that it's 70% is stupid. And then the ability to recover their own HP by 3,000 just makes it a nice, decent spot heal. Then we get to her NP, and it has had its interlude. And you can see that basically it now increases the NP generation rate by an additional 20%. So clearly, even with a 5-hit arts card, even with 3 of them, even with NP gain on her skill now, she still needed more NP gain because the devs still kept finding that performance a little bit lackluster. She increases her own critical star generation rate by 20% for 3 turns, deals damage to 1 enemy, and then has a demerit where she can reduce her own attack by 10% for 3 turns. This sucks because that means you really want this to actually proc. Illya has some issues being used in a 3-turn environment, and that's kind of one of the reasons I've just never been the strongest advocate for her. Again, if you really like Illya, yes, she hits hard. Yes, you can do some amazing stuff with her. But yeah, I'm never a fan of RNG skills. Ever. And again, yes, it's only the 10% attack, but this would potentially keep stacking if you don't have the debuff immunity. She does get the ability to increase her own buster performance for 1 turn by 20%, so a little bit of extra firepower there in the overcharge effect. But yes, Illya is a strong single target caster candidate. Just be very careful with how you use her. Then we get Ushi Assassin, which I just mentioned earlier. Ushi Assassin has kind of piss poor damage and not that great of refund, but she makes up for that by having a 40% charge skill, so she can be brute forced into a 3-turn. She does have a triple quick deck, and I've actually referred to her in the past as 4-star Jack. 4-star AoE Jack, because that is what she is. She is an AoE 4-star quick assassin, and she has a triple quick deck with 4 hit counts on it and pretty good star generation rate. So really kind of nice that she has it. Again, you can see the 40% charge skill there. She has evasion for 1 turn and quick performance up for 3 turns, which is nice. I like that design. And then she ends up with a 3rd skill, basically that it will increase her own critical star absorption, debuff immunity, and then basically allow her to have a 40% chance to remove the enemy's buffs whenever she normal attacks. So again, you're going to want to try to use her cards in a challenge environment because you'll just keep buff stripping the enemy potentially, but it is a rather low chance, so just be aware of that. She does also have Riding, again, to further enhance damage and star gen, so yeah, you can see why she generates a ton of stars, plus the presence concealment. Her NP is a 5-hit AoE quick NP. It has had its NP interlude, and that basically was to add the additional lawful alignment super effective damage. It's also going to remove all offensive buffs. Unfortunately, it is not going to be defensive, so you've got that where, yeah, they may be able to stop you, but this will stop an enemy probably from being able to kill you as hard. She also reduced quick resistance for 3 turns by 20% with her overcharge effect, so again, something that kind of lends her more to a challenge environment. Murasaki Shikibu Rider, I love Murasaki. She is such a fun unit to use. If you've ever had the pleasure of using her, you'll denote just how fluid of a looper she can be, especially with regards to card performance. Again, the hit counts are all pretty nice. She's got 4 cards that can generate NP, pretty good. And she is a debuff-centric unit, but as far as debuff units go, while I always prefer buffs to debuffs, Murasaki Rider has everything in her kit necessary for a debuff unit to succeed. So you can see she has a chance to seal one enemy's NP for 1 turn that scales up to 100%, but will also reduce their defense for 3 turns by up to 30%. You're really going to want those effects to land if possible. But her second skill has a 500% chance to reduce one enemy's debuff resistance by up to 100%. So it is very much going to enable that happening. It will then also seal their skills for 1 turn and reduce their arts resistance for 1 turn by 30%. So again, another aspect that you're going to want to land. So again, the fact that she has the 100% debuff resist down is really good and will enable most of her skills to just outright succeed, unless the enemy has some sort of like, you know, complete immunity to it. She has the ability to charge her own gauge every turn for 3 turns by 20% and then gain critical stars, basically a just nice 20-star crit bomb right there on use. Again, all on a 5-turn cooldown, so really low, lots of uptime on the charge per turn. And then her NP now has had its interlude that really helps out the damage capacity. So she deals damage to one enemy, is super effective against enemies that have Earth attribute now, and has a 60% chance to drain. So this is kind of like 4-star Rider Squirtoria, just kind of rolling right through, looping over everything. And you can see she will also reduce their art's resistance for 3 turns by 20%. So you're just going to keep rolling right over the same enemy. It makes her really good in a challenge environment. The one thing she doesn't have, hard survivability, so just make sure you bring a way to like keep her up and keep her going, keep her protected, and you'll find that she's a very strong unit. So again, that's going to be basically your rotations for the anniversary banner here. You guys can see everybody's got Shufu alongside them. Some units end up having a 4-star alongside them, so it is what it is. But again, you do have potentially solo banners there. And otherwise, it is the same craft essences that we have seen before. So that is going to end up being your anniversary banner in a nutshell. You do have the Lucky Bag summoning campaign that will be here. Again, you can see there will be 20 pools to choose from. Each pool is categorized by the period, the time period, right? That the servant is released in, and the class, and you may only roll a single pool. 5-star servants will be in a limited servant picked among the ones featured on the image, matching the banner's classes and period. 4-star servants will be picked among the classes released in the period, and then basically 3-star servants will be picked among the specified classes except for limited servants. So you can see this did, for the 4 stars, include limited, story locked, and normal, but for the 3 stars it doesn't. And then 3 stars in the extra class banners will be picked amongst all classes. So it's just one of those deals where they didn't quite have the, you know, capability to flush out all those banners basically with other units. So they just kind of alleviated that some with this last line. Again, it's going to cost you 15 paid Saint Quartz, and only the paid Saint Quartz can be used. If you're ever curious about that, whenever you buy a pack, there is a portion of quartz that is paid and a portion that is bonus. The bonus quartz is considered free quartz, not paid quartz, so be very careful with that whenever you go to buy. And again, just to quickly sort of scroll through here, I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this because I'll probably have to put an actual video out for this, but just to give you a quick sort of idea as to who is in each one. And you will see, again, as we roll past it, that our Hakinden unit ends up here as Bakin Rider is in these banners. And so as a result, that's why the, Hakinden event needs to occur beforehand. But again, that is your GSSR. There'll also be a set of limited missions and basically the anniversary CEs to choose from. So again, please look forward to the anniversary. It should be another fun one this year, and it's always a good time whenever we get around the anniversary. Though I do wish we could get some of these as costumes. That would be awesome. So that is what it is. You've got the other campaigns here as well, which includes Archetype Earth's Trial Quest, and basically Avalon LaFay becomes half AP at this point to help prepare for LB7. And then you've got the Da Vinci Workshop will also get a nice refresh with an extra set of items specific for the anniversary. I do believe that'll be it here. You do get some, I see, you do get some costume dresses coming back. And then basically you also get battle updates. So again, this was the big one where now any unit that you take on support, you can use their NP. The devs just decided to completely do away with you having to have a unit on your friend or follow list in order to use their NP. So it's really nice in that regard. But it is what it is. It doesn't mean that you don't need friends. You still do, because really it just makes you want to have really good friends, because those will be the people that will show up consistently for you, rather than having to rely on fishing to try and get the right unit with the right CE that you actually want. So again, you're still going to want friends, but this does mean that if you have to take a non-friend, that you can at least use their stuff, so it's not the end of the world. Again, you do get special NPCs for interlude as well, that are permanently available for interlude quests. Basically, it just gives you the option sometimes to either use your own unit or to use their variant of the unit. This is done for the availability of certain interludes that like you have to take the unit for, but like you don't have the unit, but the interlude is available to you in a like limited time campaign because they've just made it available to everyone. So that's kind of why they do this sort of thing. It's not too much of an issue. They upgraded the St. Courts UI to kind of just display a little bit more clearly how much you have. And this was where they kind of got a couple more full screen NPs. You do have the 10 great campaigns here. Basically, this is where they end up talking about the various upgrades that they're going to do for the anniversary. So you can see you do get an SSR CE ticket here. My highest recommendation out of all of these is to take Black Grail or Kaleidoscope. They're the two best. If you feel that you're adequate with those, my next recommendation would be Prisma Cosmos. And from there, the waters get a lot more muddied as to what else you would take. But yes, absolutely, these are the two that I recommend focusing on. As for which one is better, I can tell you that Black Grail has panned out better over time in terms of its meta-ness, but there is still really good applications and uses for having MLB K-Scope, so don't write that one off either. Again, it's difficult to advise as to which one for you to get without knowing your situation, though. Second one here is going to be the login bonus. It just gives some nice stuff, including 10 tickets, 10 teapots, a Bond Grail, and a Rare Prism, as well as a lore. The third campaign here is the Lucky Bag, the GSSR that we already saw. The fourth one here ends up being the Quick Card Renewal bonus. So this is where Mighty System and the changes to the Quick's initial card bonus come into play. I have a video explaining Mighty Chains. Definitely go check it out. It will tell you exactly how to handle them and basically the logic behind sort of what cards to use in what order. So I definitely recommend checking it out if you guys haven't already. Again, this is basically just going to make it so that whenever you guys use a quick chain, you get 20 critical stars. Whenever you start with a quick card, all cards will now gain plus 20% chance. So definitely really nice in that regard. And then the Mighty Chain, which just makes it so that whenever you form 3 of a kind with all 3 color type buffs available, every single card will gain the benefit of every single starting card bonus. So basically, instead of, basically the fact that you used a quick card to lead off here, you will get the quick card lead bonus, but because it's a Mighty Chain, you will also get the Arts and Buster lead card bonuses as if they had been those cards. So it's a really, really strong capability, and it actually does change how you approach carding going forward. So again, it is really, really nice. They did also add some optimization basically to the 2x battle speed, just making it kind of flow a little bit better. Again, you can see there's some ability to control basically prioritization for graphics and such. Your 5th campaign here ends up being basically that the ascension of every servant becomes a small reward. As you ascend each unit, you get pure prisms. However, basically, if you ascend them to their 4th stage, you will, for permanent, limited, and story-locked servants, gain 3 courts. For limited event and friend point units, basically your welfare units, you will gain a rare prism. So really, really nice. I do think this is a decent influx of rare prisms for especially the free-to-play crowd. However, it does require you to have the welfares. Your 6th campaign here is just basically where you're going to get all your courts, basically for completing Avalon Lefay, your strengthening quests, your interludes, it's just new milestones, your free quests, and again, reaching the final ascension of basically a ton of units will get you a ton of lores, up to 150 different units. At this point in the game, there are well over 300 units in the game, so again, each one of these just represents a ton of lores that you could potentially get. Your 7th campaign here is monthly exchange ticket will be included as rewards for daily missions. Ah, yes. Okay, so this is where we actually started getting the monthly exchange ticket. This was really good because prior to this point, doing your 3 quests a day got you mana prisms. From this point onward, you will now also get a exchange ticket that you get, you normally get 1 a day when you log in. Now you're going to get up to 3 more basically each day as long as you play the game. And so that's going to allow you to exchange for even more materials. That's going to basically dramatically upgrade the amount of materials you can get for doing virtually anything in the game. It will alleviate quite a bit of farming concerns that people have because of this. Your 8th campaign ends up being sort of a daily quest revamp. They end up kind of changing the overall structure. This will actually be nice for me for the new player guide because it will allow me to homogenize that section of the guide. But again, it's going to allow all of the quests to be open during the campaign and then have them also be at half cost. This is also going to be where you get a triple super success rate for leveling your servants and CEs. So again, really a nice time to get stuff done. You're going to get storage expansions basically for servants, craft essences, and command codes automatically. And then also a second archive expansion for servants and craft essences that you can purchase for mana prisms. And then your last one here is the strengthening quest. I will go over that in our strengthening video though, so as to not waste too much time on Anniversary. But that is all of Anniversary in a nutshell for you. So again, please look forward to it. Now on to August. Okay, so now that we're here in August, you can see that's where the servant strengthening quests are basically on the back end of Anniversary. But like I said, we'll talk about that in a different video. So next up, we have Arctic Summer World. This is this year's summer event, and it is actually a really fun and really good event. Obviously, you've got some nice welfare units here in this one, and we haven't talked too much about welfares, but I can certainly point out the fact that the welfare Valkyries are just a scarily good unit. And the reason why, if you will let me very quickly run over here to Ortoland, you do have 3 different variants. In fact, there's 6 different variants of each of them. But basically, they are in arts looping AoE assassin. And while we have had other arts AoE assassins, this is the first one that actually really does loop. This is a very fluid looping unit, so it's absolutely excellent. Gives quick and arts up for 3 turns each. Increases the critical damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Again, the steroids here are not too strong, but the crit damage is crazy good at 3 turns of 100%. The second skill increases the party's attack by 20%, grants the party evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns, so again, another Harp of Healing effect. And NP generation rate of all Valkyrie allies for 3 turns by 20%, which, will include themselves, so. The third skill here charges 1 ally's NP gauge by 20%, recovers their HP, and then gains them critical stars. Again, up to 20 there and 3,000 on the HP. So just really nice, synergistic, solid kit. But their AoE arts NP is 10 hits. That is a big reason why their refund is so good. They deal damage to all enemies that have a 40% chance to instant kill demonic enemies after the fact, just like their Lancer counterpart, but unlike their Lancer counterpart, they actually get a decent overcharge effect that deals super effective damage to enemies with the Earth attribute. So, again, just absolutely fantastic unit. You can pick which one of these options you want, but again, I do highly recommend playing this event to acquire this welfare, because it is just still to this day a very solid option for everybody. Let's talk about the summoning campaigns, of which there are several. First up here is going to be Lady Avalon. You will hear quite a bit of buzz about her, and the reason being is because she is Arts Merlin, quite literally. Merlin himself has always been a strong unit, and now you have an Arts version of him. There's a couple of benefits to Lady Avalon, starting off with the fact that she is a pretender, so she's not your usual support caster. This means she can go in a different slot, and she will not be plagued by riders nearly as much, so she's definitely got that going for her. She's got a triple arts deck here kind of working for her. She gets the ability to buff 1 ally's arts performance by 3 turns, increase their max HP by 3,000% for 3,000 HP for 3 turns, and then increase their critical damage for 1 turn by 100. So it is literally an arts variant of Merlin's hero creation. Her second skill is the same effect as Merlin's, exactly, just with an additional effect, basically granting the party overcharge for one stage, one time. This works insanely good for the arts variants now of the Invincible comp. As Merlin was a staple of that comp to this point, now you have an arts version and she provides overcharge, which means that your actual damage dealer doesn't have to bring overcharge, or if they do, that it gets even stronger. So again, this is really a solid quality of life increase for her. Her third skill is just kind of like Merlin's middle skill. It's his invuln skill. It's invuln for the entire party by one turn, but where Merlin did the whole star generation reduction thing for enemies and such, it is what it is. It's very interesting how this one works for her, because it reduces all enemies in P gauge by one turn every turn, by one every turn for one time. This is really weird. Just read it as this. It is a delayed effect that will reduce the enemies in P gauge after a turn one time. That's it. Like, whenever they try to like gain a tick of their NP gauge, they won't. That's all it does. It's unstackable, so it's a unique effect. Basically prevents the enemies from being charged for one tick at the start of the next turn. It will not stop a charge skill necessarily from going off. It will charge her own NP though, based off the number of enemies that it affects. So it's up to 20% per enemy. So again, in a single enemy fight, you're gonna get 20%. In a triple enemy fight, you're gonna get 60%. So really strong skill here that scales depending on the number of enemies being faced. And you can see here too, it works similar to NP Seal. The enemy's charge is not drained in the same turn this is used. Basically, the enemy's charge is prevented from gaining a tick for the next turn. So, this isn't going to stop someone from NPing that turn, but it will potentially stop them from gaining another tick after the fact. NP charge turn minus can be used even if the enemy has no charge though. And it is also used when the enemy's NP is at full. It will just affect the charge after the NP, as I said before. So again, really an interesting skill. Her passives I actually have to read to you because she does get Merlin's just amazing Mixed Blood EX that gives 5% charge per turn. But then she also gets High Speed Divine Words Bewitching EX that grants her 20% starting charge. Not including her mana loading. So she can literally just start at 40%. Pair this with the third skill, scaling per enemy, and if you're up against 3 enemies and you have her mana loading Lord, you're at 100% charge turn 1, just by popping her third skill. So it's really strong in terms of a passive. And then she does get Independent Manifestation for additional, various awesome effects. Like I said, yeah, you're going to want that mana loading on her because of that. And then again, the Noble Phantasm basically is very similar to Merlin's, but also very different. So it is an arts support NP that will increase the party's max HP for 3 turns. Merlin healed over time. He healed per turn for 5 turns. She heals up front for 3 turns, but it's all effective HP. There's some upsides and some downsides to this. Upside is that it happens right away. Downside to this is it's not overtime, so you don't get that easy sustain. And the downside to this is it is a buff that can also be removed, but so can Merlin's own heal per turn. So both of them have that demerit, if you will. And then it will charge the party's NP gain every turn for 3 turns. The thing I don't like about this compared to Merlin is that both of these effects scale with NP level. So there is a decent argument to be made about rolling additional NP levels of her, but that is up to you. In her case here, again, it's a base of 3,000 HP with 5% per turn, but it can go up to 5,000 HP with 10% per turn, so it can get really strong. I have found, though, at NP1, that I do find her ability to get back to another NP, to loop her NPs over and over and over again, like Merlin, is not as good. Part of this is because she's somewhat built with the reliance of this third skill and the amount of charge that it can bring to the table. The other aspect ends up being that they've kind of kept her NP gain numbers at a normal level because of all of her other unique effects going on. So I actually find an easier time getting Merlin to his NP over and over again compared to her, but you could potentially have her be as good or even better than Merlin depending on the number of copies you roll. She still will have an overcharge effect that grants her stars per turn every turn for 5 turns, so she does kind of have that parity. So again, I do find that Lady Avalon is absolutely a fantastic unit, well worth your consideration for rolling, but some people will just say I have enough art supports, I have Merlin, I maybe don't need her. This is going to be quite the servant gauntlet here for Summer, so I kind of understand. Next up, you have Gareth Saber. I feel bad for Gareth Saber, and I'm angry on her behalf because Gareth Saber has it a little bit unfair. She is a carbon copy of Gawain, which is understandable given their relation. But the reason why I don't like this is because it's a relatively uninspired, design. Not character-wise, but kit-wise. And it's unfair to put her into that same niche alongside Gawain and Barghest, of which everybody kind of knows at this point how popular Barghest is as a unit. So I feel really bad for Gareth that she kind of has to go toe-to-toe with that. That being said, she's not a bad unit, and I actually really like her third Ascension. It's not very summery, but it just looks pretty solid. She is a Buster unit. She does have double Buster cards, she does get the 2 arts cards, and she does have a decent NP gain rate. Her first skill increases her own arts and Buster performance by 20% each, and then has a 20 crit star bomb right there. Her second skill ends up basically giving her a targetable guts for 1 time 3 turns, and then basically critical stars every single turn for 3 turns by up to 10. It also has a 500% chance to grant herself Sunlight Battlefield for 3 turns. So in that regard, she at least has the ability to bring the sun like Gawain, unlike Barghest. But let's all be honest, in the future, at some point, due to the popularity of Barghest, she will probably get a buff that allows her to do this. It is what it is. But definitely, that is a quality of life that they did give her a nod to. Her third skill increases her own Buster performance for 3 turns by 30%, charges her own NP gauge by 20%, and grants herself a debuff on attack that basically allows her to inflict burn. Does mean options like Honey Lake are a thing, and you could potentially get more power out of her, but she doesn't really have the charge capable of handling this. Again, at only 20% charge, yes, you do have the capability of doing some really nice stuff here with her kit, but you're kind of looking at it being a probably double Oberon 3 turns, so it's not going to be the strongest sort of setup for her as a farming unit. Her NP is a 4-hit AoE NP that deals damage to all enemies, increases her own attack for 1 turn by 10%, and then further increases her own attack on Sunlight Battlefield for 1 turn by 20%. These are just normal, nice buffs, so you're just going to want to make sure that you're operating within the window of this 3-turn Sunlight Battlefield buff, and your damage will be good. If you don't have that, your damage will be actual crap, so please be very careful with how you use Gareth Saber. But again, I do really like her design. I just wish that the kit was a little bit more inspired, and she wasn't just yet another AoE Buster Saber that operated on Sunlight Battlefield. For our CEs on this first banner here, you have Twin Tail, which is definitely a nice CE. It's all attack scaling. It gives Bush performance of 10%, critical damage of 15%, and then overcharge for 2 stages 1 time. The first 2 effects scream challenge content. The second effect screams 1-time use. So kind of diametrically opposed to itself. But again, they are all good effects as long as you can find a way to use them well. And not to, really talk too much about the other CEs, but dear God, I need Zenobia Summer. Regardless, the second campaign, the male banner with Ashiya Douman. Douman is a really solid unit. His actual NP damage numbers aren't that good. That's not why you're using Douman. And this is why I say, like, again, people need to stop obsessing purely over just NP damage numbers. He's got 12k attack. He ends up basically being a quick AoE alter ego. He's got 2 quick cards, but he still also has 2 arts cards. His NP gain rate is 0.7, which is not bad. His hit counts are all pretty good. His first skill does a whole lot of nasty effects, including Terror, that has Skill Seal, inflicts Curse, and has a chance to stun. It will also reduce their defense and their attack. His second skill is a Self-Guts for 2 times over 5 turns, and increases the critical damage of allies with the evil alignment and the critical damage of allies with chaotic alignment. Oh boy, I wonder if that impacts... Yes, he is chaotic evil. So again, by 50% for each of those, so he gets 100% crit damage for 3 turns for himself, and anyone else in the party potentially that has it. His third skill charges his own NP gauge by 80% and increases the attack of evil and chaotic alignment allies for 3 turns by 20%. So he gives himself a 40% steroid right here. He also will inflict Curse for 5 turns to all enemies by up to 2,000, so definitely really nice. His passives are not bad either. His Noble Phantasm deals damage to all enemies, inflicts Curse, and again has a 120% chance to instant kill them, which is relatively high. His Overcharge effect will inflict the Evil Curse status that will increase Curse damage, basically doubling it. So again, you can see he's very solid in being able to like start out with his max mana loading append, charge himself 80%, take out a wave, buff somebody else, and kind of do it again. In fact, double Douman comps are kind of a meta thing because of how much charge they have and how much buff support they have for chaotic evil enemies. But yes, Ashiya Douman, absolutely a fantastic unit, even if you maybe do not like his design. Yon King's an interesting unit. He's come a long way. I'm not going to recommend anyone roll specifically for him, but he's not nearly as bad as he used to be. He's got a triple quick deck. The issue that he used to have is that he's predominantly focused on manipulating stars around in the party. No one really cares since there's so many stars available in FGO nowadays, and so this just is a kit that did not pan out well over time. So you can see they ended up kind of having to come back in and buff him. He did have the NP Gen and Critical Star Absorption on the skill, but they give him 2 30% power mods for Anti-Lawful and Evil for 3 turns. His second skill ended up getting a buff that basically increased every aspect of it and added a new quick steroid to it for 3 turns. And then his third skill hasn't been touched, but it's the ability to reduce his own Critical Star Absorption rate by 100% for 1 turn while giving him a Crit Star Bomb. I think this one does need to be looked at again because, again, no unit should be trying to, like, not soak the stars to themselves. Their goal should be to have an ability to add it to themselves, not remove it from themselves. And the fact that it is tied with his Star Bomb means he will most certainly not get to use those stars unless you flood enough. His NP is an 11-hit single-target NP. It has had its NP interlude that now further reduces their quick resistance by 20% for 3 turns and increases his own critical damage by 50% for 3 turns, kind of showing you that they really wanted you to card with him. His Overcharge effect will reduce their critical damage for 3 turns by 20%. So again, he's in a much better state now that he has a ton of steroids to help him out, but still, I find that he is just a serviceable option, nothing you have to go after. And then we have Asclepius here, who is a story-locked unit and is a fantastic support. So I've heard a lot of people compare Asclepius to the likes of basically Iris Veil. And yes, there are some comparisons due to the gut status, but Iris Veil is flat out better at keeping the party alive than Asclepius when it comes to guts. And the reason for this is because Asclepius does not give himself guts with his own NP. It's accept self, so Asclepius will die if you don't find another way to protect him. That's why, yes, it's here. It's nice that he has this, but no, the reason Asclepius is strong is other effects, not just that. So his first skill recovers one ally's HP by 5,000, all on a 5-turn cooldown, with debuff resistance for 3 turns by 50%. He's very good at sustain and keeping the party alive while controlling the flow of debuffs in the party. His second skill has a chance to seal one enemy's NP for 1 turn by 100% and increase the party NP gen rate by 30%. And his third skill here charges the party's NP gauge by 20% while cleansing them. So again, debuff resistance, cleanse, NP seal, and he still manages to have other things that allow you to kind of get the ball rolling offensively. So I do find the proof is in the pudding with regards to his kit, and that is really the reason to use him. His Noble Phantasm grants the party gut status except himself for 1 time, but it will also grant the party debuff immunity for 1 time, so even further, even more debuff control. It will also heal the entire party every turn for 3 turns. I do actually wish that these 2 effects were inverted and that the amount of healing you got scaled with NP level, but it is what it is. Again, definitely an interesting and decent effect. Don't overlook Asclepius. Even though he is story locked and hard to get your hands on, he is a very decent 3-star budget support. So I have used him prolifically on both NA and JP at times, and so I know that he is well worth having. Summoning campaign number 2, and we get to basically the second super hyped unit of the year. So you heard me talk earlier about Arcuid and how everyone was going to tell you to roll for Arcuid. Same thing with Ibuki Doji Berserker. In fact, I know a ton of people that basically are of this same sort of, I'm just going to point out, kind of toxic mindset at this point of only use Ibuki Doji for everything. She is a fantastic unit, but people have got to realize that, yes, you actually get a lot further by having different units. There will be scenarios that Ibuki Doji does not work in, and again, if you just try to push people down that path, you are doing them a disservice. So, like I said, you do not have to roll Ibuki Doji Berserker. She is not a must-have, despite what every other content creator will probably tell you. I have managed to do just fine on my JP account without having her. That being said, Ibuki Doji is a fantastic unit and highly worth your consideration, so keep that in mind. She has an absolute metric ton of attack power, just like her Saber form. She has a double arts deck to go with her arts NP and still manages to have double buster to really help her out. Her first skill ends up increasing the party's attack for 3 turns by 20%, increasing the party's critical damage for 3 turns by 30%, and increasing the NP generation rate of Summer Mode Servant allies for 3 turns. This means anyone else that's a Summer unit will have the potential to gain 30% NP gain from her. Interestingly enough, Musashi Berserker, who she's often compared to, would also gain the benefit of this, so you could potentially use them both side by side. I am going to also say that this is a very strong skill, and you can already see for a unit that is an AoE Arts Berserker, the fact that it's doing this many party effects already kind of tells you we're in this era of power creep at this point in FGO. NA is coming into it where these units just start having way more effects than they actually need, and it starts making them just incredibly strong. Her second skill here is the ability to increase one ally's arts performance and buster performance for 3 turns by 30% each. Let's be honest, you're going to use this on herself most of the time, but as we were mentioning with Arcuid and other units before earlier, there may be some need to have skill cooldown reduction. Having the ability to have a targetable steroid on it is nice. But again, this does not need to be the actual reason you roll her. In fact, I would say that is probably the weakest reason to roll specifically for one unit, because there are other ways to get this sort of benefit. But this is really nice, and this does allow her to work quite well in some sort of multi-damage dealer setup. So I do find this skill to be very versatile and adaptable and very strong. And then her third skill here is the ability to charge her own NP gauge by 50%, gain critical stars every turn for 3 turns up to 10, and increase her own critical star absorption by 5,000. You might be thinking, whoa, that's OP, that's 5,000, that's a ton. I just saw someone earlier with 500. That's true, but this is actually the amount that Ibuki needs as a Berserker, because Berserkers have the worst star absorption in the game. If it weren't 5,000, she wouldn't soak any of the stars. So that is why it is set so high. Again, you see this mount on Berserkers and Avengers sometimes as well. And yes, it is warranted if you want them to actually be able to soak it. So it is good that she has this, and it is a 3-turn duration. So you will have really good odds of Ibuki kind of consolidating all the stars to herself that she herself is generating, and then kind of being able to follow up with crits. She does get some really nice passives. Again, you can see she gets her own unique form of divinity there, and then basically her own unique form of basically madness enhancement, even though she also gets madness enhancement. So you can see how they really just wanted to make her strong and power creepy a little bit even with the skills. Her Noble Phantasm is a 5-hit AoE NP. It removes all enemies' defense buffs, so good luck stopping her. Yes, an enemy could pop Guts and out-survive her NP, but ultimately at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to prevent her from actually dealing damage to you, and that is why she is going to be really strong here. She deals damage to all enemies, reduces their critical attack chance by 20% for 3 turns, which I find hilarious, and another instance of power creep. She's not the only unit that has this, but like, we've come so far from an era where early on in FGO's history, the critical attack chance reduction would have been someone's entire overcharge effect, and now it's just another line on her NP. And then from there, she will also deal super effective damage against Earth Attribute, as if she needed more sort of, capability and effect. So again, you can see Ibuki Berserker just has a ton of firepower, a ton of versatility. She has charge, she's really adaptable, and that is why she is such a strong unit. So you will not hear me say she is not strong. She absolutely is. The only thing I've tried to point out is please understand, for those of you that don't want to have to roll her, that you do not have to. But certainly she is a unit that every single player of the game should at least consider. Next up, we have Erice Avenger. I've been laughing at this because a lot of the times since I didn't roll Ibuki Berserker on JP, a ton of people have just always assumed that I have Erice every single time. So whenever there is a need for a single target Avenger randomly on JP, people are like, Cat, just use your Erice. And I'm like, I don't have her. So that's another instance in which I find it really hilarious that people often assume that everyone has rolled for each of these units. But Erice is actually a really decent single target Avenger. She is 4-star and limited because she's a summer unit, but she does have single target arts capability, and again, she has 2 arts cards here to stack with her NP. Her arts performance of 3 turns is 30%. She does have a 2-hit evasion for some hard defense there. Her second skill is a taunt that also will inflict a curse effect and then grant a debuff on defense. So whenever she is hit, it will inflict defense down to the enemy. So she's going to make them target her. Then when they hit her, they get defense down, and will also charge her by 30%. So this does make Erice basically a 3-turn loopable Arts Berserker, or sorry, not Arts Berserker, 3-turn loopable Arts Avenger, and it does make her a very nice unit in that regard, because that's often an issue that we have with our Avengers, is being able to get them back to another NP. She will increase her own instant kill resistance rate for 3 turns, increase her own critical damage for 3 turns, and increase her own damage against servant enemies for 3 turns by 35%. Again, just kind of be careful here due to the death rate, because that is a thing. Interestingly enough, it is not specific to servants this time around, so I find that rather interesting and a quality of life improvement for her over her Lancer form. But it is what it is. Then we get to her NP, and it is a 4-hit single target NP that deals damage to 1 enemy, and basically deals super effective damage to any enemies with curse status. So really, really nice that she can provide curse herself. And again, you can potentially have other ways of applying curse depending on who you bring in the party. Has an 80% chance to instant kill them, plus remember her other chance there from her 3rd skill. So definitely some decent capability. And then her overcharge effect will increase her arts performance for 1 turn by 10%. Not too strong, but hey, it's better than nothing. So again, I do think Erice is a really decent 4-star. In comparison to maybe that first banner there, I do absolutely think she's a better unit than Gareth, but that's somewhat comparing apples to oranges. Same sorts of CEs here, but you do get the ability to kind of utilize the male CEs finally. So you can see Infinity Blue was the male CE. I forgot to go over it on the other banner there. It is split stats, invincibility 2 times, NP damage, and NP gen. Not bad for a challenge type of fight, but again, that 2 times invincibility is going to wear off really fast. And that basically is it for the CEs there, because all of the rest of them we've already covered. Then we get to campaign number 3, our third new SSR of this summer. And this is basically Summer Scotty. This is a new standard for basically quick looping with regards to her. So let's talk about her. And again, I think a lot of people are going to try to focus a little bit more on Arcuite and Ibuki Berserker, but you've got 2 supports in this summer banner. This is going to be really rough on people because a lot of people are probably going to end up wanting all 3 units. So Scotty Ruler, if you will, is a AoE quick ruler. Yeah, you heard that right. She's AoE quick. In fact, she is a Black Grail looping ruler. She's got really good refund and really decent damage. And she's still a meta support. So keep that in the back of your head because it's actually a strong point to using her. So she can increase one ally's quick performance for 3 turns by 50%, just like her caster counterpart. Unlike her caster counterpart, though, she increases the critical damage of only Buster cards for 3 turns by 100%. This seems odd at first to a lot of people, but I talked about this when I talked about Scotty, is the fact that she buffs quick. Well, Summer Scotty buffs Buster, so it's almost like they're asking you to use both of them, so that when with regards to quick units that often end up having basically 4 out of their 5 cards being either quick or Buster, it means that you have increased odds of getting good crits and actually being able to card down a single enemy wave or something like that. That's kind of what I think they had in mind with regards to Summer Scotty, is they were going to make quick more capable of being able to card waves. The problem is that's not really a good solution to the problems that quick has in comparison to Arts and Buster, because it's still largely RNG. So while yes, this does sort of increase the odds, you also have the downside of if this is the only variant you're using, that is to say if you're using double Summer Scotty, only the Buster card crits will do good, not the quick card crits. And yet the quick card is the thing you're actually giving the steroid to. So kind of a weird sort of setup at that point. So you got to be careful whenever you're using carding with Summer Scotty and know kind of what you're doing. The second skill, however, is much different and much improved from Original Scotty. Original Scotty has a 30% defense down for 3 turns with crit chance reduction. That isn't carried between waves, and so as a result, you kind of need it on the wave that you need a lot of damage, but sometimes you need to put it earlier in order to get NP gain. With Summer Scotty, you don't care, because Summer Scotty increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 20%, and then increases the party's Buster and Quick performance for 3 turns by 50% each. This is just flat out better, because it ends up being slightly less damage, but way better performance, way better refund, if you will. It's also going to allow her to gain critical stars every turn for 3 turns up to 15. So really, 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 really strong in that regard. Her third skill ends up charging one ally's NP gauge by 50% and then increases the critical star absorption of their Buster cards for 1 turn by 5,000. This is strong enough to affect any class in the game. And again, it will be basically synergistic with the first skill, increasing the critical damage on Buster cards. So being able to soak them to the Buster cards for that turn is really good. And it's doubly good because it's also a crit star bomb of 15 stars. This actually really helps out one of the issues that you had trying to card in a Scotty comp, which was that, sure, after you had NP'd with a quick MP, you were overflowing with stars. But that first turn, you didn't have the stars to crit. Well, if you pop this skill on the first turn, you're going to soak it to the Buster cards, and you're going to have actual Star Bomb there to be able to crit down wave 1. So in that regard, I'm not sure I agree with their, going after the Buster cards here with her kit, but they did give the rest of the kit the synergy that it needs in order to work. So it is really, really nice. Does get territory creation and again divinity there basically, and you can see that her NP is a 6-hit AoE quick MP. It deals damage to all enemies, it drains, so it's another AoE drain there. And then it will also increase her own NP damage on a water side battlefield. Even if you're not on water side battlefield, you'll deal super effective damage to enemies that are lawful alignment. So unlike Caster Scotty, who has a support NP that is defensive and aimed at keeping the party alive, Ruler Scotty says, screw this, I'm the looper myself. So again, you can use her either as the support for your looper, or as the looper herself, or as just one of the cogs in a multi-damage dealer setup where maybe she helps someone else loop, but she herself takes out a wave. So again, it's a really interesting choice for her kit. And it is really, to me, in a lot of ways, a quality of life improvement over the original Scotty. But you're still gonna want the original Scotty at times. So please don't think just one will do. Really, there's a lot of advantages to having both. Next up here, we have Wu Caster. Wu Caster's a little bit weird. Definitely an interesting design choice for her kit. It's very niche, but I do kind of actually like what they were going for here. She is basically an AoE buster NP, unlike her single target assassin form that's quick. Her first skill increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 15%, the buster performance of the party by 15% for 3 turns, and then the NP generation rate by 20% for 3 turns. The third skill here is a drain for all enemies and increases the party's damage against undead enemies for 3 turns by 30%, so a 30% party-wide power mod against undead, and then charges the party's NP gauge by 20%. So definitely nice right there. You can see she did get the NP gen, which was a little bit out of the ordinary, but having the charge right here does give her at least somewhat of a support capacity. And then her third skill here stuns all undead enemies for 1 turn, recovers the party's HP by up to 3,000, and removes the party's debuffs. You might be like, okay, but the stun is kind of interesting, but it's specific to undead and that may be useless. But it's not, and you're gonna see why. So again, increases the party's damage against undead and the ability to stun undead. Keep both those in your mind. Because, again, you can see she also grants herself mental debuff immunity, interestingly enough. But as we get to the NP, you can see that she will inflict the undead trait for 3 turns to all enemies, activating before her damage. So, it does not matter if you are undead, you will be undead because of her NP. Therefore, that is just a 30% power mod for everybody to everything that she NPs against. She can also stun anything that she has already NP'd against then as a result of this, so it's actually pretty decently okay. She deals damage to them and then deals super effective damage to enemies with the man attribute, interestingly enough, which is nice, but also at least somewhat redundant with the Koyanskaya. But again, due to the fact that she only has the 20% charge there, probably going to be using double Oberon if you want to be able to 3-turn with her. But still, so in that regard, it's okay that she has this. She's going to reduce their defense by 20% for 3 turns, and then increase her own NP damage for 1 turn, activating first by 10%. So, definitely a interesting niche kit, but really not that bad. In fact, I'm going to say her biggest issue is actually damage output, but as long as you have multiple MP levels of her, yeah, hey, you could probably manage to make really good use of her. And again, the ability to turn things undead and then be able to stun them kind of on demand is just really strong. You will note there is no stated resistance value for this stun, no chance of it to go off, so you stunned. Really, really interesting in that regard. And that ends up being your summer campaigns in a nutshell. So again, I hope you guys enjoyed that one. Next up, we actually end up having the Melty Blood type Lumina campaign here. We may or may not get this summoning campaign, but be careful. The reason we may not is because it's just one of those commemorative campaigns. They might choose to skip it. At the end of the day, there is a craft essence, a just sort of commemorative CE that is here, so they probably will give it to us at some point. I don't know if it'll occur exactly at this point in time, or whether or not we'll even get it at all. But keep in mind that this banner that is here is just a craft essence banner. These units that you see are not on rate up. Again, it's even denoted right here. It is only the craft essences that are. The issue at play, though, is it is not that great because it's just a ton of various rarities that are all lumped together. So kind of a potluck in that regard. However, you do have Grand New Year in here, which is a taunt CE potentially that also has invincibility for 1 turn. Maybe not the best use of a taunt CE since it will prevent the person from taking damage, but could be potentially interesting if you didn't want the target coming in to die. Dumplings over Flowers is also very nice art, but otherwise not that good. Dangerous Beast is actually pretty solid as it is all attack scaling and quick up with stars per turn. Chaldea Anniversary is split stats, but is a 60% charge CE that is quick in arts, so it is potentially a decent one even if you don't necessarily want to level it. And then Sign of a Smiling Face is arguably the best CE here. And the reason I say arguably is because of the CE that's about to come after it. But this one is all attack scaling, basically arts performance by 15%, NP gen by 15%, and NP damage by 20%. Absolutely a stellar non-3 turn CE. That is to say, any scenario that you would be going longer than 3 turns, this CE will pay off and will be very, very good for you. So again, really, really awesome, even though it doesn't have something like, say, Invuln Pierce or something like that. Again, the reason I said it may be the best one is because Halloween Arrangement is here as a 4-star, and it is a taunt CE with 60% defense up. So that one is rather nice, but again, you may not want to level it depending on how much you want the unit to actually die. So it just kind of depends, but it is a definitely decent banner for CEs, given the CEs that are available in it, but please understand you may not get the CEs that you want depending on your investment. So be very, very, very careful with that. We do have the rerun banner as well here for basically the summer rerun. This is where we get Okita Saber. Again, we talked about Charlemagne earlier. Okita Saber is very similar to Charlemagne, just a little bit more simple with regards to her kit, but still a Black Grail AoE quick looping saber. Again, very, very good refund. She's got the double quick cards. Again, all good hit counts right here. And you can see a 0.67 NP gain rate up there to help her out. Her first skill increases her own attack for 3 turns, her quick and bust her performance for 3 turns. Again, really just giving her a nice sort of coverage with regards to her deck, as well as just a lot of firepower there. Her second skill is a 30% charge skill that increases her own crit damage by 50% and basically increases her own critical star absorption for 1 turn. And her third skill is a self-invincibility for 2 attacks, 3 turns for some hard survivability with NP gen of 30%. If you manage to unlock her second skill, her mana loading here, and level it up to full, you absolutely can Black Grail. It is very fluid, very easy for her to loop with that. Again, it is possible without the mana loading, but it gets a little bit more difficult. And then we get to the NP, which is an 8-hit AoE quick NP that removes all enemies' defense buffs activating first and then deals damage to them. It's also got an overcharge effect that will increase quick performance by 20% for 1 turn. So I think you guys will see there is not a whole lot going on in the kit. It's just all good effects and definitely a really difficult to stop, really decently powerful AoE saber in that regard. So I do really like Okita Summer. Kama Avenger ends up being sort of the very arts-focused competitor to Space Ishtar as an AoE Avenger. She edges her a little bit in damage, but definitely there's some considerations to that in terms of her kit. And certainly if you have higher MP levels of either Summer Kama or Space Ishtar, that may impact things in the way you view it. She does have the double arts cards as an AoE arts unit, and she has arts performance of 3 turns with 2 attacks, 3 turns self-evasion there. Her second skill is NP damage for 3 turns by 20%, and then a chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn up to 100%. You're definitely going to want to lure this because her NP deals super effective damage to any enemies with the charm status. It is a 4-hit AoE arts MP that deals damage to all enemies and reduces their defense by 20% for 3 turns. So you really want this charge skill to land, and please understand, even at 100%, you could have an enemy that has magic resist, and it may just not actually land. So be very careful with who you use it against. The third skill here charges her own NP gauge up to 50% and then grants herself a debuff on attack that inflicts Heartfelt Blaze debuff for 3 turns to an enemy whenever she normal attacks. This increases her own damage against enemies that have the Heartfelt Blaze by 10 times the number of stacks for 3 turns. There is a maximum of 10 potential stacks, but basically this is not only going to increase card damage, but also her NP damage. So this is just a really solid stacking power mod that she has. Really, really good for her. So again, I do find that Carmilla Avenger here is a very solid and awesome unit, and I highly recommend considering her, at least just due to that fact. Anastasia NV is a single target arts archer. She is most comparable probably to Kuro, aka Chloe. Chloe basically ends up being, another single target arts archer that has 50% charge. She's welfare though. You will see her come back with the Evocation Festival eventually. But Anastasia is going to kind of be the interim option for people that want that. And again, especially if you really like Anastasia, feel free to go for her. She's got arts performance for 3 turns of 30%, the ability to charge her own gauge by 50% here, kind of tethered together. I actually don't like that they are tethered together, but still strong effects nonetheless. A hard survival of 1 turn there with the self-invincibility, buff removal resistance up to 100%, and a crit star bomb of 20 stars. And then her third skill is Sure Hit for 3 turns, the critical star absorption on her arts cards by 500%, critical damage by 30%, and the ability to increase her own NP damage for 3 turns by 20%. So again, kind of made to keep going over 3 turns. And you can see this is all on a 4-turn cooldown, which is kind of nuts. Her NP is a single target NP that's 3 hits. It deals damage to 1 enemy, seals their skills for 1 turn, and then reduces their arts resist for 1 turn by 20%. Meaning that, again, the NP will hit harder, it will generate more Noble Phantasm, and any subsequent art cards will also do better as well. So I do think she's a really solid option for a single target archer, but definitely not someone you've got to roll for. Canis Rider. I actually really like Canis Rider, both design-wise and kit. I do wish she had a charge skill, but she is another really fun, fluid unit to use. Kind of similar to Murasaki Rider, but not quite the same. Canis basically straddles the line between Buster and Arts, and she does have a Buster NP. She has her first skill here, has the party attack up for 3 turns by 20%, and increases the male or unknown gender allies' critical damage by 30%. Which is pretty interesting considering she is unknown gender herself for this form. Her second skill here is Arts and Buster performance for 3 turns by 30% each, and a crit star bomb of 15. So a really nice sort of double steroid there, really helping out card performance and giving crit stars. And the third skill is Hard Survival in a Guts of 1 time for 3 turns. Critical stars every single turn up to 10. And then if she happens to be on the waterside battlefield, increases the absorption and gives you stars per turn. So really, really nice that she has that. Her NP is a single target Buster NP as denoted. It's 3 hits and it deals, basically it increases NP damage by 20% for 3 turns activating first, then increases her own attack by an additional 20% if she's on the waterside battlefield for 3 turns, and then deals damage to 1 enemy. Her overcharge effect will also increase her critical damage for 3 turns by 50%. So it is a stacking crit buff if you can manage to be able to NP with her multiple times. And that is kind of how you're going to want to roll. You're going to want to do basically her NP into like Buster or Arts crits, hope you get back to another NP, and you'll see that card performance just keeps going. So the charge would make her more consistent, but the card performance with Summer Canis cannot be denied. It is very, very, very good in that regard. So try her out and you'll see, I think she is a very fun unit. Charrlotte Caster is a absolutely fantastic single target caster. You don't have a lot of options in this variety, and she is a very adaptable one. She is a rare unit that has a triple arts deck nowadays. She increases her own arts performance for 3 turns and inflicts confusion, which has a 30% chance to basically activate skill seal for 1 turn on them. Keep that in the back of your head. She grants the party evasion for 1 attack for 1 turn. And again, the second skill here has a chance to seal one enemy's skills for 1 turn by 100%. You're probably going, well, wait, then why does she have skill seal right here? And the reason is because her NP deals super effective damage to anyone that is skill sealed. Very nice, because it does mean that you can provide skill seal externally from some other unit in order to get her super effective damage. Her NP is a single target 5-hit NP that deals damage and then has a 20 crit star bomb on it, plus the super effective skill seal damage. And so you can see you have a second skill that basically will have a 100% chance, though it can be resisted, chance to skill seal the enemy, giving that super effective damage. And then the first skill can inflict skill seal over time should you get back to other NPs and have the capability to pop off. The skill will also, with the second skill here, grant critical stars every turn up to 10, and then increase the party's NP damage by 20% for 3 turns, which really is going to help her out. You can see she's got some party-oriented aspects to her kit. So then the third skill here charges her own NP gauge by 30% and charges a target's gauge by an additional 30%. So this could be somebody else in the party or herself again, meaning that she can charge herself up to 60% or basically spread the love around. This is really good at basically making a Castoria be able to get to their NP, or again, another damage dealer. So when you add in the ability to grant the party evasion and the ability to increase the party's NP damage, it means she's a very supportive nuker, a very supportive damage dealer that can set somebody else up, either be it your support or another damage dealer to kind of work alongside her. So again, I do think she's a really, really awesome unit in how she works, and her refund and damage numbers are not bad, as long as you've got that skill seal activated to deal the extra damage. And the last one here is Sei Shonagon Berserker. I find Sei's kit to be really wonky. To me, I don't really recommend her to too many people, though obviously people really like her design. She is a triple buster unit in terms of her deck, but she is a quick single target Berserker. To me, she is a kind of even less functional version of Galatea, where Galatea was single target arts with a triple buster deck, but she kind of got the benefit of getting charge on her buster cards. Sei has not gotten that benefit. So Sei's real calling actually ends up being a crit unit. She has the ability to increase her own attack for 3 turns by 30%, critical damage for 3 turns by 30%, and charge her own gauge by 20%. So at least she does have a little bit of charge going for her. She does have 2 hits of evasion and then a further increase to crit damage for 1 turn by 100%, increasing her own critical star absorption by 5,000%, meaning that she actually can soak the stars to herself. And then her third skill is not really hard survival, but at least has a heal, and then grants them specifically burn debuff immunity, which is nichely useful, but still kind of weird. And then a critical star bomb of 25. So again, tons of crit damage, tons of absorption, and a crit star bomb of a decent amount. She's a synergistic crit unit right here. So you can see she does increase her charm debuff resistance by 100%. That doesn't mean that it's absolutely like never gonna land on her, but it does mean it would have a much harder time. And you can see that her NP is a 7-hit single target NP that basically has some extra effects here, including power mods. It's going to basically increase her own damage against specifically servant enemies that have lawful alignment by 50%, and then shadow servant enemies by 50%, activating first, then deal damage to the one enemy. The overcharge effect is also that it will increase damage against man attribute enemies activating first, but this one is for 1 turn, so it is also a power mod. So 3 different power mods, just like her archer form. And again, they're all only 1 turn duration and all 50%. So yes, you can manage to make that NP hit decently hard, and she is a crit-centric unit, but due to the deck, you're going to have a really hard time trying to get her back to an NP. You are really going to need that arts crit since she does have 1% NP gain. Be careful with how you use Sei, but that's why I said she is very much card dependent, very clunky in how she's used, but the crits cannot be denied, and she will absolutely crit hard. So again, that's going to be basically it for this banner in that regard, but we do have some other limited craft essences. You can see here Angel Heart. I don't really recommend it. It's not that good. Treasure of the Caribbean is all attack scaling and does have some decent effects. It's not a bad CE if you have an arts-oriented unit that you want overcharge on, but still not the strongest, and there are other stronger CEs to come. But that is that banner in a nutshell. And then basically we have the 26 million downloads campaign here at the end of August. That is, again, going to potentially fluctuate around on an A due to the fact of download campaign timing. But this will basically be some decent sort of quality of life here. As you can see, you do get some permanent items basically added to the shop. This is where we now end up having 5-star embers available for purchase, and they basically reduce the cost of the 4-star embers. They also end up adding back the Idol Maker CE here for Merlin. It is an interesting CE, but not the strongest one, so it will just give you the opportunity to purchase it with a rare prism. And then Space Ishtar's outfit will actually become available and will be free for people to purchase if you have managed to clear Solomon. You'll have some limited time items available in the shop as well, and you can see that there are going to be some decent login bonus, a 2x super and great success chance, and basically all free quests will be half cost AP for the first time they're fully cleared. We do get a couple nice game updates though, and the first one is that your login rewards that you get every single day will have 2 changes. Basically, on the 3rd day, instead of getting a 4-star experience card, it will now become a 5-star. And on the 5th day, instead of getting 2 4-star experience cards, it will now become 2 5-star experience cards. That's not that big, but it is nice. That being said, the bigger one is right here. From now on, from this point on, your exchange tickets that you get when you log in for the first time every day, and whenever at this point you complete any daily for the first 3 dailies there, you will get more exchange tickets. But now they will have 5 different options instead of 3. So there is even more options to choose from. You absolutely want to make sure that you are doing your 3 runs a day. And this is going to become even more imperative as we look towards the future with Ordeal Call and Storm Pod nodes. You get 3 Storm Pods a day for that thing, so you can use those as your 3 clears. So again, very nice synergy for kind of doing your dailies on FGO, if you will. We also basically have the capability to use multiple AP recovery items at once. This may be something that just shows up earlier at the anniversary or something like that. So again, we may already have this one when it actually comes around. But this basically allows you to pop multiple apples instead of just popping, you know, the amount that is needed for your AP. So it does give you a little bit more leeway. It's really nice for bronze apples in particular, because a lot of the times you just had to keep going bronze apple to bronze apple to bronze apple. Now you can actually just say, hey, you know what, I want to pop like 10 bronze apples at a time, or 12 even, and have me going for like the next 3 runs. So it basically allows you to reduce the amount of times you need to tell the game to pop an apple. Definitely an interesting quality of life update, but certainly a welcome one. And then the actual summoning campaign. So first off, we get Space Ishtar. Now, is Space Ishtar still good on JP? Well, that's an interesting question. We have units like Summer Kama that have kind of passed her in terms of arts, units like Dantes that are competing with her from a quick standpoint, and units like Maonobu that are basically competing with her, and if not outright beating her from a buster standpoint. So is Space Ishtar still good? Yes, absolutely. She is still fantastic. I don't know why this is a question for anyone. Space Ishtar has always been a phenomenal, super synergistic unit. She will absolutely be great, so don't feel bad if you don't have one of those other options that I mentioned, and don't feel bad if you basically end up rolling those other options, but you still want to use Space Ishtar. She is still really fun to use, really good. Again, Space Ishtar is known for her sort of versatility. She can change what type of NP she has depending on the card type. It's still always going to be AoE, but she can be either quick, arts, or buster. She defaults, though, to arts, and that's actually to her benefit. You can see her first skill here increases her own attack for 3 turns by 20%, increases the party's attack except herself by an additional 30%, and then basically grants the party charm debuff immunity except herself for 3 turns. So, interestingly enough, a battle directly between Summer, and Space Ishtar. Space Ishtar would probably win just due to the damage race there. The second skill here increases her own NP damage for 1 time over 3 turns by 20%, but it is on a 5-turn cooldown, so in a, basically double coin Skya type of setup, you would be able to get this back multiple times, so it's not the hugest of concerns. It's also her hard survival skill with her invuln here, but this is also the skill that will allow you to select which card type her NP becomes for the next 3 turns. So, depending on how you want to operate, you can either change it right away or wait. Again, I have seen some like Buster comps that used an early Arts NP out of Space Ishtar, since she defaults as Arts just for some extra NP gen. So there are some reasons to maybe not pop this right away, but it really just depends on what you're trying to do. But this is the way in which you will change her NP type. And the third skill here charges her own NP gauge by 50%. It then has an 80% chance on each of these effects independent of one another to increase each of that card type's performance by 20% for 3 turns. So that means when you activate this skill, you have an 80% chance to get quick performance up of 20%. You also have an 80% chance to get arts performance up of 20%, and also have an 80% chance to get buster up of 20%. You can get all 3 of these effects at once. You can also not get any of the effects at once. It's really bad RNG if you manage that, but it is possible. So, in that regard, you could also try pressing the third skill and waiting and see which buffs you get, and then switching the NP type. But you probably only want to do that if you don't actually have support casters there, because obviously, even if you fail, like, let's say the arts up, if you have Castoria in support, you're still going to change the NP basically to focus on arts. Well, actually, you don't have to. It'll be arts by default. But let's say you had Koyan Skya buffing and you failed the Buster buff. You're still going to want to change the NP to Buster because that's where all of the firepower is. This is only a 20% steroid. However, that is sort of an issue, is this 20% can amount to quite a bit of damage, and in the case of Quick and Arts, quite a bit of refund as well. We have had times where we were making the lotto guides that we had to actually assume failure to make sure that the comp still worked, even in the off chance in the 1 in every 5 runs that you probably did fail to get the buff of your desired choice. So again, it's an interesting effect and somewhat infuriating, but it is there and it is pretty nice when it does work in your favor. Again, this one's also on a 6-turn cooldown, so Double Coin Skya will be able to get back to it. She has a whole ton of passives there as well that are all solid. As you can see, her Noble Phantasm is the exact same across all of them, with one different variation, and that's that the Quick NP specifically will just deal slightly more damage. That's just due to the scaling of Quick NPs in general. That has always been the case in the game. Quick MPs on average deal slightly more damage, but that's it. It's not really enough to really write home about. Still, you're probably going to want to default to Arts or Buster most of the time. That is where she works better. She has a 3-hit AoE MP that deals damage to all enemies, and then will increase the amount of damage that her extra card attack will do by 100%. So, logically, you want to Brave Chain with Space Ishtar if you can, because you're going to get a ton of extra performance out of that extra attack if you manage to get the Brave Chain. That being said, her overcharge effect is NP damage for 3 turns by 20%, so this does stack, means she gets stronger in a loop, and it's definitely synergistic with the likes of Oberon, as again, at the end of a 3-turn loop, that would be 60% NP damage. That can be doubled by Oberon's third skill, turning it into 120% NP damage just off her overcharge. So, disgustingly good. Also why I think the devs did not think about Oberon's overcharge, Oberon's third skill and its scalability too much, because yeah, they seemingly regret it nowadays, and the fact that they had to pump out 90++ content. So it is what it is, but yeah, Space Ishtar is absolutely still fantastic. The only thing I'm going to say about Space Ishtar is not even a derision on her. It's more of a statement as a whole that neutral loopers, as we start going into 90++ content, they get harder to work with. Not because they're incapable, but just because the node's health values start getting so high that realistically most of them aren't going to work other than in peak performance scenarios, and usually it's because the 90++ nodes are designed to be done with damage bonus units or, again, really high NP levels. So be very careful about where you're using them, because basically your neutral units will become harder to use in the highest echelon of content as we go forward. Then we have Calamity Jane here on the back side of this one. Calamity Jane is, I find at this point, a very niche unit. I do really like her, but again, at the end of the day, I think she kind of struggles to really find her uses. Her first skill here reduces all enemies' attack by 10% for 3 turns and reduces their critical attack chance for 3 turns, so a little bit of debuff there, not too strong. Her second skill reduces all enemies in P gauge by 1, so an AoE drain, increases her own attack by 20% for 3 turns, and has an 80% chance to increase the party's attack except for herself by an additional 20%. It's also going to charge the party's gauge by 10%, which is interesting. You can find some niche uses for this, but it's not the strongest impact. I wish this were actually 20% at minimum, but it is what it is. And then her third skill is really interesting because it increases one ally's buff success rate by up to 40% for 3 turns. This does mean that she can see use as a buff success chance support, kind of in a similar fashion to Lan Ling, in a similar fashion to Lakshmi Bai, and in a similar fashion to Ozymandias. God, I could not think of Ozzy's name all of a sudden. Anyways, so in that regard, it is a nice effect that she has, but I think the real focus of this skill is going to end up being on everything else going on with it here. And that's that basically the skill will not consume stars, keep that in mind, but the more stars you have available, the more effects you get. At 10 stars, you can increase the critical damage for 3 turns of the target by up to 40%. At 20 stars or more, you increase the critical star absorption by up to 1500%. When there are 30 stars or more, it also grants them evasion. When there are 40 stars or more, it will grant them ignore invincibility for 3 turns. And when you get to 50 stars, it will charge their NP gauge by 20%. That being said, it's somewhat difficult to get the 50 stars into a comp with Calamity Jane. You would have to manufacture them because Calamity Jane will not generate the 50 stars on her own. So I do think one of the ways that they could really kind of give her some interesting quality of life would be to give her a star bomb to help out this third skill, and that would make her a little bit easier to use, I suspect. Her NP is a single target quick NP that ignores evasion. It's 5 hit. And then it will also reduce the target's defense activating first by 10% for 2 turns, and then reduce the target's quick resist for 2 turns by 10%. So again, not the most unusable unit or anything like that, just very niche, kind of clunky to use. So I do really like her. I wish she were, again, a little bit better, and I would love to see her get a buff at this point in time. You do have the Princess of Red Bean Paste here that does have some healing received and starting charge, so it is somewhat unique, but it is split stats, so I'm not sure it's the best CE. And then we move on to the second banner here, and boy do we have a lot. And interestingly enough, we've already done Ishtar, Erish Kagall, and MHXA in terms of talking about them and why they're good. So let's talk about the last 3 here. Minamoto no Raiko has actually really come into her own now in JP. This is largely due to the upgrade to her Buster skill here. Or was it? No, sorry, it's I believe it's the Buster skill. Yep, there you go. So the 30% charge that she has gotten here has now kind of put her somewhat on par with Arjuna Alter. Arjuna Alter will out outdamage her in a 3 turn unless the niches start coming into play. But the reason that I think that this is really good for her is because, one, those niches for Mama Raiko are pretty, wide open. I do think there's quite a bit of capability here for her. Again, it's anti-demonic, which is a lot of stuff, and then it's Earth or Sky Servant, so 2/3 of all servants end up kind of falling underneath this umbrella. So she really has a lot going for her. The thing I have to say, though, at least with regards to her performance, is that she deserved this. She absolutely needed this after, you know, again, for us, like year one players, Mama Raiko was really good in the outset, basically going in even to year two. Mama Raiko was still pretty solid. But as we started transitioning into the quick and then later on the like really big arts meta systems, Mama Raiko really fell off. And the reason for this is because she did not have charge. So back during the era where people weren't 3-turning really anyways, she was perfectly fine. But the second we started getting into the era with a single devoted damage dealer where they are able to 3-turn, Mama Raiko somewhat fell off. It's not that she was not good during those times, it's just that she was not meta in the slightest. She still had these niches at play, and they were really solid for her, but getting that 30% charge now allowed her to work in a double Koyanskaya setup with Oberon, and just allowed her to really amp damage. Again, you can see everything is on good cooldowns here with her major steroids, so she has the capability of kind of just sitting here and doubling it up. And that's really, really nice for her. So at the end of the day, I think Mama Raiko is in a much better position, especially just as a 3-turn Berserker going forward. So for those of you guys that maybe have a multiple MP level of her, rest assured that she will finally be useful again for you guys as we move forward. So certainly, I do think Mama Raiko now, with what we know on JP, is a much better roll target as we go forward. But you don't have to roll for her because there are other options out there like Morgan Le Fay, like Ibuki, so it's totally up to you to determine whether or not you want to go after her in greater quantities or even at all for the first time. But again, I do think Mama Raiko is actually in a good spot now on JP. Next up here we have Ibuki Doji, and the Ibuki I just mentioned was the Berserker form, but this is her original Saber form. You guys have had the opportunity basically to roll for her pretty much on the pre-banner there for Tunguska, but as we move forward into the year, there's obviously now kind of post-Tunguska not going to be that many opportunities to roll. That being said, this is going to be one of them. I do think Ibuki is basically helped out a lot more now thanks to the presence of Oberon and Koyanskaya. I think prior to their release, Ibuki came out and then was almost immediately overshadowed by Muramasa, who did a lot of the same stuff in terms of being a 50% charger, being a looper. I think being that Castoria synergistic person made a lot of people just overlook Ibuki right at the beginning and then kind of flip over to that art side of things and say, hey, look, I don't need that right now. Now that we've come into the Buster meta again, I believe kind of the tide has changed and a lot more people are looking at Ibuki in a favorable light. It doesn't mean that your Muramasa's bad or anything like that. It just means that Ibuki now has a lot more support and now actually has a dog in the fight, a sort of foot in the door, if you will. Again, having the ability to increase her own attack 3 times 3 turns is somewhat annoying, but just make sure you don't card in the early waves of a 3-turn and you'll be fine. Definitely, this is a little bit of an issue, though, in a challenge environment. Still having a 50% charge right off the bat, unlike, say, someone like OG Saber, who's got 30% and then 20% after her NP, which still can translate into 50% charge for all intents and purposes. That's nice, but having it at 50% on the outset at first sometimes is really useful. The second skill here, basically increasing her Buster performance for 3 turns, also on a 5-turn cooldown, is going to be really solid because it's going to allow you to stack it up as fast as turn 1 and then turn 2, basically getting that double pop there so that you're already set by turn 2 with some amped up firepower. And then again, the increased defense and crit star bomb there are just going to make it easier to card, make you a little bit tankier as you start thinking about challenge orientation. So there is that. She has the ability to seal one enemy's NP for 1 turn, increase her own critical damage by 50% for 3 turns, and then increase her own damage against undead enemies by 50% for 3 turns. And this is all on a 6-turn cooldown, so you can get this on turn 1 and turn 3, doubling it up in effect. This is going to make Ibuki really solid against any undead that are out there. but that is really going to be her major niche in which she stands out. She will be a hard-hitting AoE buster Saber for you, but at the end of the day, it's undead that's really going to separate her from the rest of the pack, and it's going to kind of come down to you and how much you like Ibuki and whether or not you see using her in neutral situations where there are undead, as to whether or not you want to get more use out of her. Still, I think she can sort of be your serviceable go-to AoE Saber, so she is definitely not a bad role. You can see as well her NP ignores invincibility and defense, so again, somewhat of a rival to Muramasa in that sense, and then further reduces their bust of resistance after damage, so that if you're following it up in a challenge environment, you're good. So I still think Ibuki can be really solid, and the only way in which she kind of struggles is in the way in which a lot of buster will struggle out once you get outside of a 3-turn. So just be careful with her in that regard, and otherwise she's going to be extremely powerful to you, especially thanks to the really high attack stat that she has. Last but not least, we have Amakusa. Amakusa has been a very weird unit for years. When he first comes out, he's super powerful because he has the ability to AoE buff remove with his NP. And then you can see he ends up getting an NP interlude that ends up helping out the damage quite a bit, because that has always been Amakusa's big issue. Amakusa's damage has not been good historically. Well, with all of the buffs that he's now gotten, he's actually pretty good now at this point. He's one of your harder hitting AoE rulers. And this is actually a big reason why I believe that there should be more upgrades to the AoE rulers to exceed Amakusa. I think Amakusa at this point needs to be the weakest AoE ruler for no reason other than the fact that he does have AoE buff removal. This is a very strong, very powerful niche, and it's very dangerous for the devs to make units that have this even stronger. So at the end of the day, I think he needs to be sitting at the bottom of the pack because he will always be useful due to this, and simply they need to make other people whose only niche is damage out-damage him. So in that regard, I think Amakusa is in a decent spot right now, at least until buffs come along down the line to sort of correct this. But you can see he has had some upgrades that at least would make Janu jealous of him, as you can see that he's had the upgrade to his first skill here, giving him NP gen rate of 30% for 3 turns, something she would love to have. The second skill here, his baptism rite, started out as undead and enemy drain, and then charging the NP gauge by 20% every turn for 5 turns to boom, here you go. It reduces any enemy's NP gauge by 1, reduces all enemies' buster resistance for 5 turns by 20%, and then charges the own NP by 20% up front, then followed up by the 20% per turn. So there's a whole lot going on in this skill now, and it's really a strong skill. But at the end of the day, they still come back and upgrade even his third skill. And you can see he basically had the same sort of deal as Janu, where his skill ended up basically stunning an enemy servant. But that's somewhat restrictive, so they just changed it to basically a flat increase to his buster performance. That is to say, in Janu's case, they end up kind of going the route of saying, hey, look, we're not going to make this restricted to servants. In Amakusa's case, they just say, we're just going to help this out by giving it a steroid and making it have a consistent aspect to it. So in that regard, it's good for him. You'll be able to use it. But ultimately, at the end of the day, due to the way the second skill works and the flat 20% charge up front, Amakusa is actually still in a really weird situation. He kind of needs double Oberon, and that's why, no matter how much they actually have given him, he's still not scaled that well in the grand scheme of things, but his damage still is overall good, and double Oberon, at least on the 3rd turn, still deals a ton of damage. So it's not a huge concern for him, but certainly in turns 1 and 2, he may not be up to snuff, just depending on the content that you're facing. That being said, I still find Amakusa to be infinitely more usable and in a much better situation than Janu is at the moment, and Janu is still a absolutely usable unit, so that should tell you quite a bit. So again, I do think Amakusa is a really good unit to have. Another alternative for someone like him would be someone like Summer Abi, and that low-key I think is why they came back in and gave him another buff to kind of bump up his damage quite a bit, is they saw how much damage Summer Abi was doing, And I think they kind of got threatened by that and realized that, like, yeah, he had gotten passed by someone outside of his class. That being said, I still think he's really usable and really decent in challenge scenarios. So, yeah, I basically am going to say they probably went a little overkill at this point, but they have given Summer Abi some upgrades now, too. So it really just depends on how you want to see between which one of those two you want as an AoE Buster buff remover. Again, Amakusa, really powerful no matter what changes they make to him. That remove all buffs with NP before damage will always make him strong. And that's basically it for your 26 million downloads campaign. Again, you can see you get sort of single rate ups here. Basically, here is your schedule. Each one of them should be available for 3 days. Again, in a pending, it may change, but that should be somewhat kept. You can see as well, you do get different variant craft essences that are on rate up with each one of the units. We had already talked about Starry Nights. We had already talked about Bittersweet. I don't remember if we talked about Flower Sunshine. This one's all attack scaling. This one is arts and buster by 15% and overcharge by 2 stages 1 time. Definitely an interesting one. Maybe not the most powerful for a one-off overcharge type of effect, but I do like the hybrid stats and just how strong they are. So there is quite a bit to be gained from a hybrid unit there. Again, I believe we talked about Princess of the Red Bean Paste here. This one is split stats, and again, it's 50% starting charge, quick performance, and healing received. Again, you can see they just don't like giving a lot of your quick C's actual all attack, but it is what it is. And then down here, we end up with the limited craft essences basically for the male side of this banner. And that is going to be Moment of Silence here, which this one is not bad as a hybrid goes. It's all attack scaling, it's NP Gen by 15, and Quicken Arts by 15 each. So you're going to be getting really good card performance here for getting back to an NP. Basically, Detective Edmund is a interesting one. It's split stats, but the Ignore Invincibility is the real attraction here. Does give you some arts up. I do think there are better invuln Pure Cs out there though, so I'm not too keen on this one. Starry Nights we already talked about. Bittersweet we already talked about. Detective Edmund, the Mastermind arc here is, again, split stats. It's NP Gen of 20%, quick performance of 15, and then critical damage of 15 there. So not a bad one, all things considered, other than the split stat on it. And then basically you have a general pool rate up craft essences, which is the One Who Desires Salvation. This is a very, very nice CE, is very, very rarely on rate up. So the fact that it actually is kind of nice. I normally talk about overcharge as if it's a one-off. This is a CE that is an exception for this because it's overcharge NP by 2 stages for 4 times. It is split stats, which actually kind of works to its advantage because one of the best uses for this can actually be to throw this on Castoria, as this means for the next 4 Castoria NPs, she will get a rank 3 overcharge effect off of her MP, giving you basically 3 stacks of solemn defense every time she NPs. Remember, it is a unique effect, so you can't overlap it in any way, but it is a really strong C to put on her, assuming you can get the fight done within those first 4 uses of her NP. That should buy you somewhere in the order of like 15 to 20 turns, but it really just depends on what you're trying to do. So be careful with it, but it is very strong if you manage to have it at MLB. We also get new craft essences. This is actually going to be where a new sort of meta CE comes into the game. This one's called Rising Mud Rain. This is still a relatively new CE as far as JP is concerned. This one has 2400 attack scaling, so it's as good as the original Black Grail in it. And that is what this CE actually represents. It is a hybrid, basically, of Black Grail and an overcharged CE. So you can see it increases damage by 50% at MLB, which is already strong, and then overcharges the NP by 2 stages for 1 time. Has a 500% chance to lose 500 HP every turn, which is what it is, but it's not that bad, just like in Black Grail's case. So at the end of the day, this is trading some NP damage for some overcharge. I will tell you flat out who these types of CEs work for. This is going to work for a unit that has the capability with their 2 stages of overcharge of getting more damage then potentially the 30% NP damage they would be trading with an actual MLB Black Grail. And maybe you don't have MLB Black Grail, so maybe that's less of a consideration. And that point, it's only 10% compared to a non-MLB, but that still assumes that you have MLB Rising Mud Rain, which will probably never get an actual rate up. Remember, this is just now available. It's not on rate up in this actual banner. So it is a very strong craft essence at the end of the day, but it's going to be really nice for the people that have offensive overcharges. And in an interesting way, it can also be really useful to Artoria, Mordred, and Lartoria, as each of them have an overcharge that increases their NP charge after their NP. So this can allow Lartoria, Artoria, and Mordred to all quote-unquote Black Grail loop without actually using Black Grail, but instead using the overcharge variant of it. Again, at even 40% NP damage, this is still going to beat the pants off of most 50% CEs that usually give about 20% in modifiers at most. So yeah, you're looking at a really nice upgrade, even if not using an MLB, compared to, again, something else that may be a 50% charge C. The issue at play, though, then will be if you don't have MLB versus an MLB 50% C, the disparity in the attack stat. So just keep that in the back of your head. But still, there is quite a bit of firepower in the CE, definitely if you manage to get it to MLB. So this will represent a new sort of upgrade for people that can actually use it. We do sort of get an upgrade of Win One Strike instead as Menkyo Kaiden. It's still a sure hit C, but it's also now going to give crit damage, and it's all attack scaling. So kind of a quality of life upgrade, but sadly, the old CE there will end up being retired after that point. And that is your 26 million downloads campaign. And that is all of August. So let's go ahead and go right on into September here. So September starts out with the Advanced Quest Part 8. Again, you can see already at this point, you are in the 9th month and you have received 8 Advanced Quests. They really just start hammering this out alongside the road to 7. And this is actually, I think, where the devs began to panic somewhat. Because again, the content schedule begins to slow down from here somewhat. The banners don't, and so this is still going to be a long video, but you can see that basically you end up with Road to Lost Belt campaign part 4. This is going to be LB4's Road to 7 campaign, and you're only in September, and they still have basically part 5 and part 6 that they have to do before that point. Basically before the end of the year. So you can see that they started going like, oh crap, we kind of need to get the ball rolling. So take a look here at the Road to 7 campaign. Yes, this will include some interesting recollection fights, as I'm sure you guys can assume. I'm not going to spoil that for you, but let's go ahead and talk about the summoning campaign, which is the return of Arjuna Altar. Again, Arjuna Altar, as we have mentioned before already, is in a pretty good spot. We just got done talking about Mama Raiko. If you want to hear my analysis of him, go back to the Chaldea Boys one in that segment for the year, as that's where I kind of went over him. Karna as well is a really awesome unit. Jinako we've already talked about. So now we get to start immediately with the 4 stars here. So Rama is an interesting unit. I think at this point he's been somewhat overshadowed by his basically K-pop samurai, as I like to call him, or bowl cut samurai, whose name is escaping me at the moment. But basically the newer single target Buster Saber that's anti-Oni and anti-demonic. Essentially, he is, yes, Watanabe, thank you, chat. He is definitely a somewhat increase in terms of capability over Rama, but as a result, the devs kind of saw that and said, you know what, my boy Rama could use some love, and they come back in and end up giving Rama an upgrade. Rama has never been the most usable Saber out of all of them. His big sort of shtick has always been the fact that he does extra damage super effective to demonic enemies. This has made him at times a really good raid killer, a really good boss killer at certain points, but it really just depends on what you're trying to do. And sadly, most of those happened early in FGO's lifespan, not too much of late. His first skill gives him critical star absorption and critical damage for 1 turn. This may seem weak, but then you actually look at the crit damage and you go, oh, this is 100% crit damage on potentially a 4-turn cooldown. Congratulations, you figured it out. Rama is basically anti-demonic 4-star Sigurd. He basically just goes around critting everything to hell and back, and that's kind of his main shtick. His second skill here is party-wide charisma of 18% on a 5-turn cooldown, and his third skill is grant self-guts status for 1 time 3 turns, revives with 1000 HP and recovers his own HP. Rama doesn't really have any card steroid in his kit. He does have the attack up, but that's it. He doesn't have charge. He doesn't have a hard-hitting steroid. But the good news is that means that he's balanced around not having these things. That is to say that you don't have to worry about a lot of skill up time with Rama, because Rama's just going to keep doing it over and over and over again. Certainly the 1 turn of crit damage is going to be a concern, but it is what it is. Even if you don't lure the skill, you can still probably get it up to a 5-turn cooldown, which will secure you a really hard-hitting crit or set of crits every, couple of turns there. So in that regard, I still think Rama can be very usable, because you don't have to worry about, like, say, the 3-turn duration on his mana burst that he doesn't have. But again, you can see they end up giving him an NP interlude. He basically now deals damage to 1 enemy in a greater amount, and then reduces their buster resistance by 20% for 3 turns after his NP, and then drains a demonic enemy by their gauge by 1, which I think is perfectly fair for a unit that is buster and doesn't have charge anywhere, so he's definitely going to end up waiting on that front. And then the overcharge effect, as we mentioned, to deal damage to super effective damage to demonic enemies, really helps him out. So I do think Rama is still in a decent spot, but still somewhat difficult to use, and that's mostly due to a lack of charge more than anything. Lakshmi Bai is our next one up here. We haven't had the opportunity to talk about her, I believe. Lakshmi has now had a really nice upgrade as well on JP that has helped bring her a little bit more into the fold. She's always been an AoE quick saber, and she had some interesting uses in the fact that her third skill is actually somewhat defensive and allows her to keep people alive. But the issue, her second skill. But the third skill allowed her to basically give buff success chance. And that was something that was always really, really nice with her, is the fact that she could kind of function in the same way that Prince of Lanling or even an Ozzy could, in sort of helping somebody else out with their buffing issues. That being said, the devs realized this wasn't really enough, and they came back in and they ended up giving her quick up of 20% to not only help refund, but also damage. And then also NP gen rate for 3 turns by essentially 20% there as well. So this just makes her a more loopable option as far as a quick AoE goes. And I, for one, am happy to see it, because I think this is a huge issue with that both her and Summer Tomoe had. I think at this point, I'd like to see Summer Tomoe get a lot of the same treatment, but I will still accept basically Lakshmi getting some help. Again, you can see the grants 1 ally invincibility is always going to be strong, and if she used the buff success chance on herself, she will also have a 100% chance to grant them healing, regeneration, and damage cut buffs for 3 turns. So again, this could be a really nice sort of oops, try to like save you. I've actually used her quite a bit in the Saberface runs, where she comes in, she pops her guts, maybe like a taunt on her or something, and she kind of distracts the enemy for a little bit, while whoever the primary focus of the second skill is manages to kind of get some invuln and some healing so that they're prevented from taking too much damage in the interim. Her first skill here is party attack up for 3 turns, and then again, you can see you've got a 60% chance, but if you do use her third skill on herself, an increase to the party's crit star generation and crit damage by up to 50%, all on a 5-turn cooldown. So, like I said, I just think Lakshmi has a really, really nice kit. She deals damage to all enemies, and then her NP can remove offensive buffs. Not the best thing in the world, but not too bad. Again, it's going to get rid of annoying stuff like Invuln Pierce for you, so it's definitely, at least somewhat nichely useful. And her overcharge effect reduces their critical attack chance for 3 turns. That, again, if you're going to be looping over a challenge enemy, means that you're going to actually be able to sit there and just keep stacking crit downs. Really, really nice and effective at kind of keeping the party in a good spot health-wise. But that is Lakshmi in a nutshell. She's a permanent unit, just like Rama. Same thing with Nezha here. Nezha has had some upgrades. I still think that Nezha needs some help. I don't really like Nezha's current status, and you'll see why. She got quick and bust performance for 3 turns of 20% each. The steroids aren't too big, but she's balanced around it. An increase to her critical damage for 3 turns of 30%. And then the self-gut status for 1 time over 5 turns, and the charge to her own gauge of 20%. So the 20% charge is decent, but it's not like enough in most cases. That's kind of my issue with Nezha, is the fact that not only is this on a 7-turn cooldown, but it's only the 20%. So if you want a 3-turn with Nezha, you're looking at a double Oberon type of setup, maybe with something like, I don't know, MLB K-Scope or something like that. So it's not really conducive to damage for Nezha. The third skill here is the one that's gotten the upgrade. It removes her own debuffs here and then increases her own critical star absorption for 1 turn. And then it got upgraded to give her basically a damage niche against demonic as well as defense against them. So it did give her a way to stand out. But at the end of the day, like I said, the issue is going to end up being that charge and how you're able to work her in a 3-turn. If you take her outside of a 3-turn, certainly there's a lot of capability here. Again, having a self-cleanse is always going to be useful. So I do at least think that Nezha is serviceable, but I do think that she could use a little bit more love, particularly to the second skill. I would love to see it upgraded to 30%. Her NP has had its interlude. She deals damage to all enemies, inflicts burn of 3,000 for 5 turns to them, and then increases her own NP damage for 1 turn by 20%. This is at least nice for using her with Oberon, which you would have to do, because it gives her an overcharge effect that will scale basically multiplicatively with his 3rd skill. Next up, we have Ashwatthama. Ashwatthama is story locked, so he's kind of difficult to get your hands on. But Hot Wheels, as we like to call him, is actually a pretty strong single-target archer. He is primarily Buster, but you could honestly argue that he's Buster-Quick hybrid. And that is because of the way that his kit works. And the big thing to take away from him is the fact that he is a 1 HP memer, as I like to call him. So again, you can see he's got a 5-hit single-target NP that deals damage to 1 enemy, removes their defensive buffs after. This is the drawback to Hot Wheels as far as I'm concerned. Not having buff removal before the NP means that in order to get the buffs off the enemy in order to damage them, you gotta waste an NP in terms of damage first. So I don't really like that. That's where instead you're gonna want to take some sort of like invuln pierce or something like that. But hey, it is what it is. At least he has it. So even if he can't manage to maybe deal enough damage with the first NP, he could certainly remove it after the fact. And even if you manage to, like, say, wait out a solemn defense or invuln, but he maybe has, like, some really strong defensive buffs here, at least he's going to be, like, getting rid of those and stuff, any sort of residuals after the fact. But you can see, again, he is a 1 HP memer. Basically, his overcharge effect means that he deals more damage the less health he has. So combining him with someone like Chen Gong is really useful because, again, he can kind of be ulted down to nothing and then have him fire off an NP for even greater effect. You can see his kit here grants him a self-invincibility for 1 turn and a self-charge of 30%. So he at least has that capability due to the cooldown here of being able to be forced into a 3-turn. But that assumes that you need to 3-turn with a Buster system against a single unit, which may or may not be a precarious situation anyways, in case you don't have enough damage to kill. The second skill here increases his own Buster performance for 3 turns by 30%. Grants self on debuff on attack, buff for 3 attacks for 5 turns. That basically allows him to inflict defense down whenever he uses his Buster cards. His third skill here is basically quick performance up of 30% for 3 turns. That also has an effect whenever you use his quick cards that increases crit damage for 3 turns. So again, quite a bit of stackability here, but each of these effects is limited, unlike, say, Melt, where the crit damage just can scale throughout 3 turns without a limitation on the attacks. But 2 is the issue here at play where, yes, he is a 1 HP memer, but no, he doesn't have guts to really facilitate that. That's what's going to make Ashwatthama a little bit harder to use. You got to be a little bit careful with him. You're going to need some sort of supply of something like that, or again, just try to find a way to get them naturally low before you fire off the NP. But that is a risky maneuver, so just keep that in the back of your mind. Still, Ashitama can deal a ton of damage, and his card performance is actually pretty good. So in a challenged environment, he can be really solid as far as units go. Next up here is William Tell. He is permanent. William Tell is a single target arts sort of archer here. He does have the ability to seal one enemy skills for one turn with a crit star bomb of 30. This is a substantial amount. So again, it is really nice for an arts unit to have stars, as it's just going to help feed that engine. It's going to basically make them have the capability of soaking stuff to their arts card and then getting back to another NP regardless of their charge status. And then his second skill here has had its upgrade, as he has arts performance up for 3 turns of 30%, granting debuff immunity for 3 turns, and then basically a whole hullabaloo here about his marking debuff that grants him extra damage on his NP. Essentially, it's just, instead of being a snapshot looking for evasion, it's now going to instead give him the capability of having extra turns to find that evasion. So it's really going to help out his NP getting extra damage and basically free you up to being able to pop this skill with the 3 turns of arts performance rather than having to wait until the enemy dodges. His third skill here is going to increase his own critical star absorption and critical damage for 1 turn by 1,000 and then 100%. So again, in combination with this first skill being a 30 crit star bomb, is really, really nice, as that's going to allow him to be able to crit very hard. And that's actually where I see William Tell being used more as a crit archer, where maybe he's able to function somewhat, get to his NP, maybe with overflow charge from like Castorias or something, but be able to crit down a wave and then NP something else, basically to help you out, or just act as an engine for people to be able to crit a singular wave in and of itself. You name it. Again, you can see his NP is the 3-hit single target arts NP. It ignores evasion for 1 turn, deals damage to 1 enemy, and then deals extra damage to any enemies with evasion or marking status. Again, it did kind of add this in here, and now you can see he has sort of that capability to have it be either or. So definitely an interesting unit now in William Tell, but not necessarily the best option for a lot of situations. That is going to be your banner right there. Again, you can see sort of the hodgepodge of all the units at play here. Basically, there's just a rotational rate up between the 3 SSRs, whereas everybody else is on rate up in the interim. This does make it a little bit less desirable because it means you have a 4-way 4-star split, and that's not that ideal. Certainly as well, you could get screwed and get all William Tells and no Asclepiuses, so I don't think this is the best banner to roll on, but at the end of the day, if you just find that this one's better positioned compared to earlier in the year with Arjuna Altar, or again, any of the other options, then it may be the right banner for you. You can see this is also where you will get another crack at the 4-star CE from Yuga Kestra, aka the basically the story limited CE that can only be rolled in the story banner that you're gifted a copy of at the end of LB4. If you want to collect an MLB variant of it, this would be an easy time to roll when it's actually on rate up, and don't expect it to be on rate up outside of that, but it is what it is. Again, we had the recollection quests, basically some interesting stuff, Twitter campaigns, yada, yada, yada. And again, we ended up having the strengthening here for basically Lakshmi buys guts here that really helped her out. Again, lowering the cooldowns and giving her the quicken NP gain. And then Nezha basically giving her the anti-demonic niche right here. You also ended up having the Da Vinci Workshop for the one that carries Fortune, which is a pretty decent command code. It's whenever engraved on a quick card, increases the critical star absorption of the card by 100%. There's not too many variants of this out there. I believe there is a Buster and an Arts one, but there's not too many copies, so kind of having the capability to have this can be really useful if you want a particular unit's card to soak everything. It's also where they got the Unity update for 2020, again in a quickly followed suit after that, so nothing too much really besides that. Then next up we had the 2600 days anniversary. This is just usually as you know, par for the course, where you're gonna just get 10 free courts. It's just another milestone. And then we get to Guru Gura Shin Yamatai Koku 2022. So this is, in effect, Gouda 6 at this point, or is it Gouda 7? No, this is Gouda 7. This is going to end up being your sort of Sen no Rikyo banner, as well as EO as the welfare. I do find that the welfares are rather nice going forward, and EO is definitely one of them. Just quickly kind of covering what it is that she does. Gonna quickly hop in here into event bonus and kind of give you guys the quick rundown. So EO, while you won't be able to roll her, she will be available. EO is really useful for basically 2 reasons. One, she's an AoE arts looping ruler. That's nice. There are a couple of 90++ nodes out there that use basically a moon cancer in them, and as a result, EO just happens to be a really good counter to that. Again, she's anti-divine. She ends up having NP charge and critical star absorption and damage for her arts cards, including a 100% arts crit. Really helps out with the carding power. She increased the critical damage of wild beast allies, but that's not that big of a deal. And really, the claim to fame here is going to end up being the NP, which increases her own NP damage by 10% for 3 turns. So she gets stronger the more she loops, deals damage to all enemies, inflicts evil curse status to them, and inflicts curse for 3 turns to all enemies. Nothing too much to write home about, but she is just a very solid anti-divine, high crit damage, loopable arts ruler that you will get for free. Again, I'll go over her more when we actually get to the proper event. And then basically, let's go to the summoning campaigns. So you can see this first one here is going to be Sen no Rikyo. Sen no Rikyu. I find that a lot of people probably don't care too much for her overarching design, and you can kind of see why. It's a little standoutish. The big issue I think at play here is the creepy like hands that she kind of has at the bottom there. Those are not feet. And so I think a lot of people probably won't roll for her, but I think the truth will belie that somewhat in that I think a lot of people are going to look at her, they're going to see she's an AoE quick Berserker, and they're going to write her off. The reality here is Sen no Rikyo is actually a Black Grail looping AoE quick Berserker and pretty dang strong. You can see she is a rare unit that has a triple quick deck, 5 hit counts on that, 0.7 NP gain rate, definitely not bad. Relatively high attack at 12.4 there, so a lot kind of going for her in her favor. Her first skill here is quick up for 3 turns of up to 20%, NP gen for the party for 3 turns. So again, each of these being party wide here, and then critical stars of 15 for a nice star bomb there to lead you off in a 3-turn cadence if you want to crit. Her second skill here charges one ally's gauge by 30%, so it is targetable. Overcharges their NP 2 stages for 1 time over 3 turns, making her able to work as a option for a quick variant of the Immortal comp. Definitely interesting there. And then grants them invincibility for 1 attack 3 turns, so definitely a strong skill in that one. Her third skill here increases her own critical damage for 3 turns, basically increasing her own crit damage of quick cards for 3 turns beyond that. So 100% right there for quick cards, 50% for everything else. And then a debuff on attack buff for inflicting defense down whenever she attacks with her quick cards. So really, really strong in that regard, as she's just going to keep getting stronger against a singular enemy. You can see she does have unique madness enhancement, territory creation, and then basically her own unique NP gain buff here to increase the NP generation of her quick cards. Kind of nice. I actually wish they would come back around and turn this into an actual like effect that a support gave to quick units, which maybe with even more NP gain added on it, and I think that would actually help out quite a bit. You can see her Noble Phantasm deals damage to all enemies, seals their NP for 1 turn, so as you're looping against them, they're not gaining charge against you, and then inflict curse for 1,000 damage for 5 turns to them. It's also going to deal extra damage to those with the man attribute, which does work for a non-buster unit, since while Queen Skya provides a man attribute niche, she's kind of limited somewhat to buster. So having this on a quick unit is a-okay, and you can already see just from like Morgan Le Fay how often this can happen to pop off for you. So this is really a strong unit, and I think a lot of people are going to undersell this unit. This unit has a lot of capability. So again, Sendo Rikyo, pretty amazing unit that probably a lot of people will sleep on. In the meantime, though, we get to, as far as I'm concerned, one of the worst designed units that FGO has released in the past couple years. You're gonna see why. This is Yananami Keisuke, aka Keisuke as we like to call him. Keisuke is that unit that like everyone seems to forget about, and I don't blame them. And it's because if you look at his kit, there's just not a lot going for it. Again, you can see he has low attack even for a 4-star. He is a Saber here. He's double quick, double arts cards, which is at least decent for NP gain. His first skill here increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 20%. Second skill increases the party's generation rate for 3 turns by 20%. The third skill is a crit star bomb. Seem familiar? Yeah, it's literally Sendo Rikyo's first skill, but instead it's attack instead of quick, and just kind of like less stars. The second skill here is Beauty of Nature C. It's going to increase quick and arts performance for himself for 3 turns by 30% each and charge his gauge by 20%. Well, that seems interesting. Seems potentially good, right? Then the third skill grants party evasion for 1 attack 3 turns that kind of everyone seems to have at this point. It's basically your Harp of Healing effect. It's going to heal the party and then remove ailment debuffs. So pretty nice in that regard, a somewhat usable skill. His passive skills are okay, I guess. They're just not really a lot to them. And then you get to his NP. It is an arts NP because it's support. It's going to increase the party's attack for 3 turns, again, dependent on NP level. It's going to gain 10 crit stars every turn for 3 turns. And then it's going to increase the critical damage of Shinsengumi servant allies by 50% for 3 turns. This is the major niche that he provides. It's crit to Shinsengumi servant allies. This is my issue with Keisuke. He fails as a niche support. That is to say, I don't really find what he does to be that useful compared to just taking an actual meta support. His devotion to the Shinsengumi is just absolutely trounced by basically many other supports that are out there. And that's why I just really don't see him actually being a decent option for a lot of things. He does have the ability to charge the party's NP gauge with his NP, but it is base 10%, and he does not have overcharge in his kit. So this is not a strong overcharge skill. If this had managed to been, I don't know, 20, 30%, you may have been on to something. But at 10%, nah, I can't really get behind this. There are plenty of other units that manage to do this just flat out better yet again. So at the end of the day, I have to point to someone like, say, Nobukatsu and say, Nobukatsu is a cheaper unit that does more for his devoted sort of niche that just ends up kind of better and kills himself so that he rotates the party. Keisuke doesn't even have the decency to do that. And that's kind of my issue. He is an undertuned 4-star. He has the equivalent of what I would consider to be a 2 or a 3-star kit. I think Keisuke needs some major buffs if they ever want anyone to care about him. Certainly people will roll for him because they just find him hot or something like that. At the end of the day, I don't really feel like Keisuke is that worth it. So rolling for Sendo Rikyo, actually great, but rolling for Keisuke should probably not be anyone's goal unless they're a devoted Shinsengumi collector. And again, hopefully he gets some upgrades into the future. Next up, we've got Mori Nagayoshi. Mori is a rare limited 3-star alongside his compatriot Izo. Again, he is a 3-star Berserker. He is very interesting in how he's used. Kind of to start out with, you can see his NP ignores invincibility for 1 turn and deals damage that ignores defense buffs to 1 enemy. He will also reduce their defense for 3 turns after the fact. So, I'm okay with his NP being where it is. But I think his NP is not the real reason that you're going to use him. The real reason is going to lie kind of in this first skill here. He increases his own critical damage for 3 turns by 100%. So 3 turns of 100% crit damage. Increases his own debuff resistance by 100% for 3 turns, but then has a 500% chance to reduce his own buff success rate by 100% for 3 turns treated as a buff. What this means is that, like, because it's treated as a buff, it's a demerit that you're not going to be able to stop or get rid of. That's kind of the issue that you're going to run into play with that. So you kind of need to pop this skill last, basically, in a sequence. The second skill has had its upgrade, and I'm glad it did, where it just grants himself a buff on attack buff now for 3 turns that essentially will increase his own attack for 3 turns whenever he attacks. Again, the way this used to be is 3 attacks, 3 turns. It was a bullshit limitation that, yeah, he's a 3-star, but it really didn't need to do this because Mori was never really the strongest unit anyways. So just making it 3 turns, I think the devs kind of looked at that and decided, yeah, it was overly punishing that it was limited to 3 attacks. So they just gave him 3 full turns of it and thus allow you to kind of go ham if you wanted to try and solo with him. But basically, he's got a 500% chance to reduce his own defense by 10% for 3 turns whenever he does attack as well, so be careful with that. And then his third skill here increases his own critical star absorption for 1 turn by 5,000%, the actual amount that he does need, and grants himself an on death activate buff for 3 turns that will gain 20 critical stars whenever he's defeated. So, interestingly enough, this has some sacrifice uses, but I'm going to say it's not the best of situations, because the real reason you're going to want to be using Mori is kind of just to card things out, crit people really hard, and just keep going ham. He's kind of going to be best used as a like weird sort of solo unit or with some protection, but if you take units alongside him, they're going to take cards from him, kind of limiting his effectiveness. And the problem is, with the way this second skill works, the more he attacks, the more damage he's going to keep doing, but also at the same time, the more he is going to become susceptible to getting one shot. Again, he is a squishy Berserker. He's only got 8k HP. He's got no hard survivability in his kit, as you can see. And as a result, that's going to kind of be the issue with using him. He is the epitome of a glass cannon. But if you can feed him, you can do some really fun stuff with him. So again, that is going to be your first banner there. You can see your 5-star CE here is Resentment from the Underworld. It is all attack scaling, invuln pierce, buster performance of 5%, and NP damage of 20%. It's actually a really, really nice CE, particularly if you're buster, but certainly even if you're not, the 20% NP damage and ignore invincibility is still somewhat useful. Plus, the all attack scaling means it's a good candidate for leveling should you so choose. The rest of the Cs, nothing too much to write home about. And then we get to banner number 2, which is the return of Maonobu. Now, I talked about Maonobu in prior months, but Maonobu is the epitome of a unit that, as I've said before, be careful of who you make fun of in high school. Maonobu ends up as a unit that was quite reviled when she first came out by most of the community. I, for one, never really held it against her. I don't know why people did. I saw a lot of sort of bad logic applied to Maonobu. That is to say, there were a lot of knee-jerk reactions. And this happens because when Maonobu first came out was right after. She was the first SSR, the first new SSR, released after Arjuna Altar. So there was this knee-jerk reaction of, oh my god, let's all roll for Arjuna Altar, and then why does anyone need any other unit other than Arjuna Altar? Nobu didn't release in the best state, and as a result, that just made people basically dog her even harder. I think if the reverse had been true and Maonobu had come out before Arjuna Altar, you would not have seen nearly the same perception as we did basically when it happened. So, and that very well could have happened because back during that time, Gouda 4 and LB 4 were both kind of deadlocked, and the devs had to come out and apologize for a delay and say they wanted to force LB 4 out first because they had promised it. However, it is entirely possible that if circumstances had been different, they would have forced out Gu4 first instead, making Maonobu come out before LB4, and thus getting probably just better treatment. But again, when she comes out, everybody takes a look at their kit, they don't see the usefulness in it, and they basically started really dogging her. And the chip that I have on my shoulder about Maonobu is, despite some of the kind of horrible states that we have had certain SSRs in, we saw tier lists back then creating whole new lower tiers specifically to put Maonobu in. And that just was not true. Maonobu was an infinitely more usable unit than some of those units ever had been. So to me, it just struck me as a huge knee-jerk reaction and a ton of bias, and is one of the big sort of examples that I try to use to tell people this is why you don't look at tier lists. They kind of end up being unhelpful and giving you the wrong idea. So, was Maonobu a usable unit when she first came out? The answer to that is yes, absolutely. I saw a lot of claims that the reason that she was bad was because her NP damage was low. I think that one's decently fair. I think the claims that there's no one divine to use her against were hogwash. I think the claims that, oh, she's a crit-based unit as an Avenger were, and you can't get stars on her, were also hogwash. I've pointed this out time and time again. I talked about it with Jalter when we went over her earlier, that the solution to feeding stars to a Berserker or an Avenger that doesn't have Star Soak is to flood the party. So to me, this was a master issue where a lot of people were criticizing Maonobu for their inability to think and to be able to problem solve and to be able to give a unit the things that it needed to succeed in. And that's kind of what got proven to be true over time as Maonobu has become really, really scary. So, you can see Maonobu had high attack. Maonobu had a triple buster deck. And when Maonobu first comes out, you can see this sort of slant towards, hey, I am a powerful carding unit, and yet the majority of the community wanted to look at her NP damage numbers and focus on that. And that's kind of the issue. That's why I said. So to me, they were missing the forest for the trees. They would then turn and look at a tree and say, I can't handle that tree, it's on fire. And that's kind of what happened, as they could not figure out how to get Maonobu to crit because they were small brain. So, as you take a look here, you can see this will grant her attack up that increases every turn for 3 turns. Long story short, basically at rank 10 of the skill, it kind of just keeps going up and up and up, and it basically ends up being, I believe, 30, 50, and 70%. I'm not sure really what the hell fandom has done with the display here, because it did not used to look this way. But essentially, it just gets stronger each turn, and it is a very, very powerful skill. Keep in point, this is all on a 5-turn cooldown. Then we get to the second skill. Grant self invincibility for 1 turn, increase its own buff removal resistance for 1 turn. Definitely a good survival skill that had buff removal resistance. So you weren't going to kill Maonobu by, kind of trying to strip her of her buffs. Then we get to the third skill that gains critical stars every turn for 3 turns and charges her own NP gauge, basically by 20%, all on a 5-turn cooldown. So, when she first releases, Maonobu doesn't have a lot of extra firepower. Maonobu doesn't have a lot of charge. She was intended to be balanced around carding and carding hard, and yet a lot of people, like I said, chose to focus on the NP damage. Well, the devs heard that, and they recircled and said, why don't we buff the second skill? Which then will increase the damage against Sky attribute enemies when on Burning Battlefield for 3 turns. Here's the thing. She has a 500% chance based off the first skill here to grant Burning Battlefield buff for 3 turns. So, she is one of the few people that can just change the battlefield to benefit herself in her own kit. So as a result, anything that's Sky attribute basically then, while that first skill is active, you're getting extra damage against. How much? 50%, all on a 6-turn cooldown. Then we get to the third skill. This one recently got its buff on an A. Third skill gets upgraded to now charge her own NP gauge by 30% instead of 20%, and it added Buster performance when on burning battlefield for 3 turns of 30%. So they increased charge by 10%, and they added a 30% steroid where it didn't exist before. Non-conditional. I mean, I guess you could say it's conditional with the burning battlefield. The whole point is, now, this means with a 30% charge skill that you can utilize her in a double Koen Skya setup. And now Mao Nobu became the monster. This first skill can be doubled up by turn 2 basically, because you can do it on turn 1 and 2 since it's a 5-turn cooldown, giving you 120% extra attack by turn 3. Attack. The second skill here can be doubled up by using it on turns 1 and 3, giving her 100% power mod against Sky attribute, and still even before the third turn, still 50%. And the third skill can be doubled up, giving her 60% Buster up by activating it on turns 1 and turn 2. Though the reality is you're going to activate it on turn 3 because of the 30% charge here. You're going to need the cadence there for that to work really well. But again, you can see this has the makings of a monster. That's a ton of steroids in her kit. And what does her MP do? Well, it removes all divine enemies' defensive buffs activating first. So not all defensive buffs, just divine enemies. Then it deals damage, inflicts burn for 1,000 to 5 turns for them, and then deals super effective damage against divinity enemies. Guess what divinity enemies tend to be? Sky attribute. So you have got a ton of damage rolling around here. And this is why I've said Mao Nobu has the potential to be the strongest AoE Avenger out of all of them now. So the people that created a D rank for Mao Nobu that didn't exist before, man, they really had to eat crow over time on her, and I've enjoyed watching every second of it. So again, Mao Nobu is a really, really solid option for your AoE Avenger. You can forcibly 3-turn with her, and so the only conditions that I think people are going to want to see met is, are you facing Divine? Are you facing Sky? Even if you're not, still good damage, but if you are, crazy damage. Again, I do think she's in a much, much, much better spot now on JP compared to where she is. And she is in the upper echelon of damage dealers. That being said, out of all the power creepy damage dealers that are up there, she deserves it. Definitely deserves it for the amount of flack that she caught. Next up, we have Hijikata. Hijikata is a really interesting unit. He is a case where he comes out as well, and he's not that good. And the reason is because he needs something in his kit that he didn't have that would have really helped his usability. So you can see he starts out being single target buster type of unit here for Berserker, and he increased the party's bust performance for 3 turns by 20%. Not that strong, but it is party-wide. Party's critical generation rate of 20% for 3 turns. And again, the second skill here, basically starting out as a disengage where it will cleanse and heal, and then being added to basically now have a guts of 1 time 3 turns, reviving him at 1 HP, which is rather weak, but it is stackable with other guts. This is really nice. I cannot express how good this is. This is the epitome of a unit getting the upgrade that they truly most desired. And in Hijikata's case, the reason for this is because he didn't have guts prior to this. He needed guts because his NP deals more damage the less health he has. He is a 1 HP memer. So giving this man guts absolutely saved him and made him a lot more usable. We get to his third NP that has had its upgrade, and again, the way to understand this one is that it's a 30% charge skill on a 5-turn cooldown, allowing him to forcibly be 3-turnable. But it is also a skill that allows him to deal more crit damage the less health he has. So not only does he deal more NP damage, he now will also deal more crit damage. Really, really a strong setup for dealing a lot of damage if you can get him into a low health state. And again, you can see it will deal 1000 damage without killing him, which is ideal as well. So then we get to his NP. It has had its NP interlude. It just deals even more damage now, and they expanded the amount of modifier for how much damage it does. So you can see the base modifier here was 600% additional damage. Now it is 800%. That is some wicked scaling on an NP overcharge to allow it to do crazy damage. So really, really strong for him in that regard. But again, Hijikata, somewhat clunky to use because of needing to probably Qigong him or something to get him low, but still really solid now as far as Berserkers go. Himiko. So Himiko, interestingly enough, is the initial option for using the Invincible comp on NA. She was available before Morgan Le Fay and had the capability of being combined with Castoria and Merlin to do some crazy stuff. To me, she's the more defensive version because she is a ruler and she relies a little bit more on critting rather than firing off AoE NPs, but she can get the job done. She's got decent attack. It's not the worst, it's not the best, it's just okay. Thick HP, and again, double buster cards to go with her NP. Her first skill increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 20%, but that's not really going to necessarily be why you use it. It's because it grants the party 8 critical star regeneration buff for 3 turns. So what does that mean? That sounds like that's 8 stars per turn over 3 turns for a total of 24 stars. That's decent, right? Like nothing too much to write home about. The reality is it's party-wide, so it grants everyone in the party that buff. So that isn't 24 stars over 3 turns. That is 72 stars over 3 turns. And it is very strong at securing crits. All on a 5-turn cooldown. So low cooldown, high uptime. Really, really strong for a skill. Her second skill here increases her own bush performance for 3 turns by 30% and gives her anti-demonic niche against enemies of 50% for 3 turns. The issue here is she doesn't have an offensive NP. She gets the job done using crits. She will also grant herself invincibility for 1 turn, so again, you do at least have survival, hard survival there. She will charge her own MP gauge with her third skill by 50% and increase the critical star absorption and critical damage of her buster cards for the turn that she pops that. Again, 100% buster crit with all them stars flying around. That's gonna do some damage. So really, really nice. She does have some nice passive skills here, being immune to poison and curse. And again, territory creation to help out the NP game. Her Noble Phantasm increases the party's buster performance for 3 turns. And again, that will scale with the number of copies that you have. You really don't need multiple copies here. The proof is going to be in the pudding, but basically using Himiko is the main attraction. Yes, the NP is nice, but at the end of the day, you're just going after them buster crits. So yes, getting more NP levels will make you hit harder with the buster cards, but no, it is not essential to have them. Again, the overcharging of the party's NP by 2 stages for 1 time over 3 turns is also really good, as like I said, that will feed basically the Invincible comp. You'll set Himiko first, have Merlin and Castoria then after that, and watch as Castoria gets a ton of stacks of solid defense. It's also why I say it's the more defensive option. Morgan Le Fay only grants 1 stage for 1 time over 3 turns, whereas Himiko grants 2 stages, which means basically you're going to have a 5 stack of solemn defense out of Castoria when you use Himiko in that comp, making it pretty much impossible for most enemies to get through that without some extra shenanigans. And then it will further increase the party's critical damage for 3 turns by 50%. So again, spicy buster crits. The way to think about it is she is a much tankier form of effectively Super Orion. And that's kind of the way to go about it. Start getting that NP off, you start getting that crit stacking, and you just start going to town, to pound town, basically, on the enemies. So I do feel like Himiko is a really usable unit, still very strong, never has not been strong. Next up here, we have Okita Soji. Okita is, I think, still probably a underappreciated unit by most of the server. I think a lot of people really like her, so in that regard, she's good. She's always been very popular. But what a lot of people don't realize about Okita is that Okita has some of the best card performance among Sabers. And that is a big reason why she's often used in min turns and speed clear comps, is because Okita can kind of do what other Sabers need support to do. That is to say, she can kind of like crit and get back to her NP fairly easy. So you can see she has decent attack power at 12k there, not a whole lot of HP to trade off, but a 1.09 NP gain rate and a 10.2 star gen rate there. And you can see, again, she has 2 quick cards with 5 hits, a single arts card with 2 hits, really good NP gain, really good star generation, and she still has the writing trait to help out that even more. She does have 2 one-hit buster cards, not too much going on there in terms of star generation, but at least you'll have good damage when you lead with those. Her first skill is where I have a bone to pick with this. She increased her own quick performance for 1 turn of 50% on a 5-turn cooldown. I would have loved to have seen this skill get a 3-turn duration. That is really all that she needed to really just become insane. They did not need to give her more firepower. They just needed to make this a 3-turn duration or give her an NP interlude. In fact, Okita gets this buff at a time where a lot of other Sabers are getting NP interludes. But they kind of shortchanged Okita. They don't give her the NP interlude. Instead, they give her the upgrade to Shukuchi. And the way this one works is, yes, she still gets the 1 turn of quick performance of 50%, but now she also has a 1 turn buff on attack, which increases her own attack by 20% for 1 turn when normal attacking, activating first. So, to explain this, the way Okita had been used pretty much previously was to NP and then go into her cards in an effort to sort of loop back without a lot of support being necessary. This allowed for some really hilarious scenarios where Okita just kind of kept looping over the top of people with crits, and it just really, was a sight to behold. What this upgrade, though, incentivizes is it incentivizes you to use your cards first and then go into the NP. And the reason why is because you're going to get the attack up stacking, so that's going to allow you to potentially get more damage from your NP. I don't like this because I think the devs saw the way Okita was being used and said, she's got tuberculosis, we don't necessarily want her popping off as well as she is, because you can look at her summer design and see just how demerited they made her, how, she stuns herself in that and that she's not really made to loop too well, and you can see what their plans were for Okita in that regard. I think they tried to somewhat sabotage and rein in Okita's playstyle here. It's not that this upgrade made her worse, it's that they tried to change the way the community was using her into basically making you attack before the NP rather than after. And I don't like that. Certainly this could still be used after, it just means that you would gain less benefit from it, but I digress a little bit too much here, and again, I'm just going to say that this upgrade could have been better. Her second skill has had an upgrade as well. It started out as just an increase to her critical star absorption for 1 turn by 1,000, and then gets upgraded to now have 30% charge, meaning, again, that you're going to have some capability to 3-turn with her as a result on a low cooldown, and now it will also increase crit damage by 50% as well for the turn that you pop it. So they do at least help Okita's card performance there in that sense. Though, to be honest, I would have also liked to see an upgrade to the star absorption, maybe up to like 1,500 or something. She didn't need a huge jump, but I'm going to say everyone's probably experienced that point where they've tried to use the star soak on Okita and had it just not soak all the stars, and that kind of gets somewhat annoying. Her third skill has remained untouched. It is a hard survival for 1 turn here with the evasion and critical damage of 40% here. So again, they gave her even more crit damage on top of this. This is why I kind of said I would have liked to have seen the star absorption upgrade, but again, at the end of the day, it's perfectly fine. Again, her writing performance is E because they are somewhat afraid of her performance, but it is what it is. She's balanced with that in mind. Her NP has not had its interlude, unlike a lot of the other single target sabers. There's a 3-hit single target NP that ignores defense, and then will reduce their defense after the fact, again kind of leading to that challenge min-turn environment where you're just going to start hitting harder and harder against the thing that you keep NPing against. I hope at some point she does get the NP interlude. I think she could be in a better spot on JP as a result of that. She's getting somewhat left behind some of the crazy other factors. And if she gets that NP interlude, she'll actually probably rocket up to right behind Musashi. But at the end of the day, I'm still largely okay with her performance, and she will always be somewhat of a strong unit just due to the nature of her year 1 kit. Next up, we have Izumo no Okuni. This is another unit you guys have recently had on NA. Izumo is a single target quick caster. She ends up having the double quick cards here, and realistically, I think she has a somewhat synergistic kit that helps her out. She has quick and bush performance for 3 turns of 30% each, and self-evasion for 2 attacks 3 turns, giving her some sort of malleability as to like, you can kind of pop this one for damage, and then she'll still have survival carrying on throughout the turns. Again, even though she does have an emphasis on buster cards, she does at least have the double buster deck. And as we've mentioned before, double quick, double buster deck, actually pretty decent combination for Scotty setups due to the fact that Summer Scotty ends up buffing buster card crit damage, while OG Scotty ends up buffing quick card crit damage. So realistically speaking, it means kind of 4 of her 5 cards are going to have the capability of doing some good damage. Her second skill here increases her own critical star absorption for 1 turn, increases her critical damage for 1 turn of up to 100%, and then a self on attack buff that inflicts defense down to the enemy whenever she critical attacks. That's going to be somewhat the issue with her, is getting the crit stars on her. But again, due to the fact she is a quick caster, you maybe have that capability in the bag. And you'll see here that we also end up having a star bomb to help with that. She's also going to have the potential to reduce one ally's skill cooldown by 1, giving her kind of some niche uses for skill reduction. But unfortunately, I believe the devs absolutely designed her with that in mind. As you can see, the 7-turn cooldown on the first skill, while the second skill only has 5, the third skill here also is 7. So they kept her cooldowns high to incentivize you to use this on her anyways. This is going to be a 50% charge skill here, though, which is really, really solid for her. Again, that's going to help her kind of keep keel with the other like single target casters that are out there. And then, like we already mentioned, the crit star bomb to help her. It's territory creation, item construction, and basically her own unique stars per turn passive. All of it pretty decent. And then a noble phantasm that is 10 hit single target quick. It will reduce one enemy's quick resistance by 20% for 3 turns, activating first. This is nice. This means regardless of whether or not you are farming up against a 1/1/1 type of node, God forbid, doing a raid like Barbados, or again, maybe just into the future here, kind of looking towards a challenge environment that you might find a need for her in, that regardless, she will get stronger as she hits them multiple times, and regardless, still deal more damage and more refund due to having this first. So a really, really nice effect there. You'll then deal damage to them and deals extra, super effective damage to demonic enemies. Definitely a nice niche for her to have, as you will definitely see there are quite a few assassin demonic enemies. So this really works out in Izumo's favor, and it's one of the reasons that I do like her as a unit. Still, the obvious sort of thing to pay attention to is how does quick turn out into the future on JP. I am bullish. I hope that they will in the future actually manage to have some good new quick units kind of coming out to help support quick. And I do think Izumo will hold up really well if they do that. So again, I do think she is worthy of consideration. Next up here, we have Okitan, aka Okita Alter. Okitan, man, she has come a long way at this point. Basically, when Okitan first comes out in Gouda 3, she's not in the best situation. And realistically speaking, you had somewhat of a monster in the alter ego category. So Okitan is AoE Buster alter ego. And Kiara kind of comes around and has just always been strong and just keeps getting upgrades, much to Okitan's, I'm trying to think of the opposite word of benefit here. But basically, at the end of the day, Okitan needed some love. And it just got even more kind of interesting when Okitan Saber, the summer variant, came out. As I, said back then that Okitan Saber was AoE, she was quick, she was a black grail looper, and I said, to me, this is all the things that Okitan, the original, wanted to be. Sure enough, I think the devs even realized that, as that's kind of what they did. When Okitan Saber came out, they ended up going back and buffing Okita and Okitan, the originals, kind of with parts from Okitan's kit. So, Okitan is, as I said, Buster AoE, but she does have double Buster, double Quick, and that is going to pay a little bit of an attention here. As you can see, she does have a 3-hit Quick NP. Her first skill here has had its upgrade, and now will basically give it Quick and Buster performance of 3 turns by 30%, while also adding a Sky attribute niche for 3 turns of an additional 30%. Again, this is all on a 6-turn cooldown, so pay attention to that. Her second skill has also had its upgrade, and basically now is a 30% charge skill with 500% star absorption, but will also now increase her own attack for 3 times 3 turns by 20%. I have a bone to pick with this one, and that's that you put a times limitation on an SSR that has never really been the strongest. What the hell, Lasengel? You absolutely did not need to limit this. This is a stupid limitation. But still, this is also on a 6-turn cooldown and thus can be double stacked. The third skill here has also had its upgrade and increases her own NP damage for 3 turns now, basically up from the 1 turn that it used to be, and then adds an overcharge effect for her own NP for 2 stages 1 time over 3 turns, with giving her an evasion of, instead of 1 attack, 2 attacks over 3 turns. Definitely a nice skill, also on a 5-turn cooldown, allowing you to quickly and easily double stack this as of turns 1 and 2 in a 3-turn cadence. Because again, this second skill, having the 30% charge, is going to allow you to work with a double Queen Skya comp. So, as you get to the NP, it is a 7-hit Buster AoE NP. You can see how, looking at this, it kind of seemingly would have made decent sense to make her quick back then. Deals damage to all enemies, reduces their Buster resistance for 3 turns by 30% after the damage, so at least follow-up damage with her is going to be really good. So, Okitan is a unit that started out not in a good place. Okitan got a lot of buffs, and then Okitan got the best buff of them all. The Buster meta. Queen Skya and Oberon have helped Okitan more than any of her other buffs have, and that has absolutely turned Okitan into a good unit. She's still in a good position, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Tiamat in comparison to her. Tiamat has come out, is AoE, an alter ego, and is a Buster unit. And she deals so much damage. Certainly if you like Okitan, you will not regret having Okitan, and you can still deal a ton of damage having Okitan. That being said, it's not really a fair playing field since Tiamat has the ability to touch Black Grail, which in combination with Oberon just results in way too much damage. At this point in the game, Tiamat herself ends up actually out-damaging even some Knight classes in some cases against certain enemies. So, to me, Tiamat is one of the upper echelon units at this point, really pushing power creep in this game. We'll see kind of what happens into the future with stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Okitan end up getting, I don't know, yet another upgrade, like maybe an NP interlude, but we'll have to see as time goes on. Still, she's a good unit. She's in a solid place, but there is at least one other unit that is a monster in comparison to her. Ryoma Lancer is another interesting one. He has recently come out on NA. I've actually talked about him. When he first came out on JP, I think a lot of people looked at him and said, oh, he's got to require a, sort of third support in order to be able to loop. I don't think that was actually the best sort of criticism of him. There are a ton of other units out there in the game that require 3 supports in order to be able to loop, and he is a Black Grail looper, so I don't really understand that criticism as far as that goes. That being said, I actually find that Ryoma has a very interesting kit. I think a lot of people are going to look at him and say, oh, I have Melisson, or maybe I have like Melt Lancer or something like that, so he's got some stiff competition. I think a lot of people probably didn't roll for him as a result of that, but he's not a bad unit by any means. He increased the party's arts performance for 3 turns of 20%, kind of akin to his Rider form. He increased the party's critical damage by 30% as well for 3 turns, and overcharges the party's MP by 1 stage for 1 time over 3 turns. It actually does give him some interesting uses in the arts variant of the Invincible comp, but heck, even before Proto Merlin, you might still be able to get away with using him in an Invincible comp just because of having that overcharge. His second skill here increases his own charge by 50%, gives him buff removal resistance for 3 turns of 100%, and gives him debuff immunity for 3 turns. Debuff immunity is really strong. I always like buff removal resistance, but when it's only on 1 unit, this just means that this unit won't die if you get buff stripped, but everyone else probably will, so that's kind of my issue with it, but he's not the only unit to have that. His third skill here increases his own arts and buster performance for 3 turns and gains him critical stars every turn. Again, 30% on the steroid, 10 stars on each of that. I do think that his AoE NP, this is where he kind of struggles in the loop, is on its 3 hits. He increases his own defense first by 50% for 1 turn, though. Does give him some hard survivability. Well, they're really not hard, but like decently thick survivability there. To at least make sure that he's taking way less damage on the back end when it's the enemy's turn. He then deals damage to all enemies and increases his own NP damage for 3 turns by 20%. The good news here, this is a stacking effect. This will get stronger as he keeps looping, and certainly if you're using Oberon, it's really, really powerful, as this means that this 60% can end up translating into 120% if you activate Oberon's third skill on him on the 3rd turn. So again, I do think Sakamoto Ryoma, decent unit, probably gets away too much flack, but admittedly, pretty rough for all AoE Lancers right now in comparison to Melisson. Nobu Berserker here is another relatively rare unit. This is a single target Buster Berserker. I think Nobu Berserker's kit leaves a little bit to be desired, but this is a limited summer unit, so if you want to acquire her, you kind of gotta roll. That being said, she should have another banner in the next year on JP if I remember correctly, but it is what it is. She has 10k attack for a 4-star, which is actually very solid. She's got a triple buster gorilla deck here for popping off. The issue is getting Nobu to an NP and actually being able to kind of keep her alive. She has buster performance for 3 turns of 20%, which isn't the strongest, but it is at least 3 turn duration when in the face of the 1 turn evasion that she has. This does kind of offer a dilemma between more damage or living, and that is kind of the issue, but at least the steroid has multiple turns, so you can try to target the turn in which you actually want to evade for when you use this. Her second skill here is a miniature Merlin NP, as it's 5 turns of critical stars, HP for the party, and NP gauge for the party. Sadly, it's only a 3% NP gauge. The healing is not too much, so it really is why I call it a miniature Merlin NP. Got decent duration, but the amounts could stand to be upgraded. That being said, still not helping her squishiness too much. The third skill is Star Absorption by 3,000 for 1 turn. This isn't the 5,000 that we're used to seeing, but it should be enough to really have her soak some stars. Basically, sure hit for 1 turn and increasing her own attack on a burning battlefield for 3 turns. Sadly, she doesn't really have that, so you're going to be kind of relying on Mao Nobu. Although, again, she has had her NP interlude that changed things for her. So, progressing on to that, you can now see that it's a single target Buster NP that's 12 hits, deals damage to one enemy, and has a 500% chance to grant herself a burning battlefield buff for 3 turns. So, with that in mind, you can see she's going to have this, and basically you're going to want to trigger it, fire off the NP, and then be able to gain the extra additional effect. This skill is on a 4-turn cooldown, so getting back to it, not too difficult. And from there, you can see her NP deals super effective damage to divine enemies. So really, really strong anti-divine unit. In fact, kind of really solid at that. Especially in like raid environments and stuff like that, if you can manage to get her enough charge. That is her issue, is getting enough charge to actually fire off the NP and keeping her alive in the process. No one's gonna doubt Maonobu's damage for a 4-star. It is really, really solid in the right circumstances. It is simply the survivability of a squishy Berserker. Saito Hajime, I believe we already talked about earlier in the video. He is a decent single target Art Saber. Again, he has quite a bit of loopability. He does actually have a niche use in the very first 90++ node that you guys are going to get with Summer this year. But at the end of the day, you absolutely don't have to have him. And really, the whole reason a lot of people will roll for him is because he looks like Virgil. Okita J Soji is kind of another zero to hero type of situation. She starts out with a triple quick deck. She's AoE quick as far as our assassins go. And she just has a ton of demerits. She is a unit that I have criticized the devs for because they went overkill on the demerits for her. I want the devs to understand that, sure, a demerit here and there is not the end of the world, but a demerit here and there multiple times on every single skill is stupid, dumb, and bad design. It is unfun. No one likes that. No one wants to see one of their favorite characters end up saddled with all these demerits. I understand the tuberculosis type deal. I understand the jetpack type deal. I don't care. Bad design. Don't do this. Not fun. Still, the devs at least understand some of that, as they have given some leeway here. So she increases her own critical damage for 1 turn by 100%, which is always strong. She's a girl with big crits. Star Absorption for 1 turn by 800, and unfortunately removes one of her latest defensive buffs. This one's actually pretty reasonably controllable, so I'm okay with it, I guess. But it is on a 4-turn cooldown, but still, again, you can see the demerits are stupid. Her second skill here is a hard evasion, which would get removed by that first skill, depending on how you use it, and ignore evasion for 1 turn, while increasing her NP damage for 3 turns. So, decent. I'm okay with this. I would like to see the sure hit maybe for 3 turns, but it is what it is. And again, 20% extra NP damage is always nice. The third skill here is where they gave her the upgrade. It starts out as an increase to her own quick performance for 3 turns by 50%. Strong. Multi-turn. Steroid. Really good. With a 500% chance to reduce her own defense by 20% every turn for 3 turns, starting with 10% on turn 1. Treat it as a buff so you cannot cleanse it. Max 50%. What the hell, Lasengel? Just makes her harder to use in carding situations. They at least come back in and give it a buff and say, you know what, this is now also a charge skill of 30%, and it will increase her own NP generation rate of 30%, turning Okita J Soji into a Black Grail Looper. I like that change. Good change. If you're gonna put a strong, stupid demerit on something, it better be worth the demerit. Now, this skill is. Prior to that, obviously for the 50% quick up, it's good, but like, God, that just felt like super annoying when you had to use it. The issue at play with Okita's NP is the fact that it will have a 60% chance to stun herself. Good news though. She's going to deal damage to all enemies, remove their defensive buffs after the damage. I wish this were before, but it is what it is. And then have a 6% chance to stun herself. This is annoying if you're trying to use cards to loop. Thankfully now, due to the charge and NP gain situation, you don't need to as much. Prior to this, you absolutely did. So that helps things out quite a bit. The good news is, because this stun is always after the fact and it's one turn, this does not stun her into the next turn. It is just the turn in which she NPs, she will continue to be stunned. So you got a 60% chance of this interrupting any Okita Soji cards that you would try to use after her NP. That's annoying, but it's not the end of the world, and it's gone by the next turn. She will reduce her own reduce their defense for 30% for 3 turns after the damage goes out. So going up against the same unit, she gets stronger. Again, sorry, I almost said her own defense because the devs just got me in that mindset of everything is a demerit on this character. But again, she is in a much better spot now on JP compared to where she used to be. Dear God, devs, please just come back through, get rid of some of these demerits. They're not good. And then we have already talked about Mori. So again, you can see the rotational rate ups here as you've got Mao Nobu, basically Zerker Nobu and Mori on rate up, and then basically kind of going through with each of the SSRs and then pairings with the other 4 stars or potentially just the 3 stars. So an interesting way to handle it. Basically Mori's on every single banner, and then you have various 4-star pairings as you can see here, and then the same CEs from the first banner. With that, that is the end of Guda Guda. Basically, this was the Kill 'em Off campaign. It's the second one that we just went over here, so we don't have to go over that again. And then we end up with the Road to 7 Atlantis campaign here, which, again, this one's going to be somewhat of a doozy, but they actually didn't do some of the fights that they could have in this, so I think people were happy.